Obviously, you're a heretic. Kill him.
Well, obviously you've not heard about the power of friendship. Oh.
The
No,
Emperor
no.
is our greatest friend and ally.
Don't worry, if you two go down, then the power of friendship will see us through.
I love you, Big E.
Big E's got us. I know if I know anyone's got us, I know Big E's got us.
The Big E.
Big E.
And I'm sure Sam has one bullet left for me to make it nice and quick.
So again, currently we have a man down, like really down. He's almost dead, I think, right?
But do we really care?
Ouch.
I mean, in character, he was the psyker that froze Og for like 6 rounds of combat. Because you broke you broke a fucking hole, and I saw demons and shit. So I don't. Out of character, I want Mike to be able to play the game, and you know.
Yeah, I mean, I already
he's
have
also
a character. Should my
I don't want him to die, but in character, I don't know. Team comp wise, we're down a man, so maybe we should figure out, you know, as much as I want to go to the vault, the vault might be protected by Necrons. We're not sure. Remember?
Sounds like quitter talk.
All right. Hey, I still
my
have a lot of
character.
wounds. I'm more than down for it, but I'm just saying, you know, we are down a guy.
I
fine.
made my character in a special way as to where I can change the name and still be the same person.
It's fine. I'm sure.
There are
the voice
70
actor-
Castillos, but with different names in the RBTs.
This is Castillo 1. This is Castillo with a K instead of a C.
Well, just since we're actually about to start. So whatever you guys have talked about and agreed as characters, which would make it more fun for you to play, just make sure that you all clear that up now before we begin. Anything else that your characters would have said to each other while they were walking around?
Is anyone good at Medicaid?
No! I am not trained to give assistance to the enemies of justice.
I think we should retreat then, cause Ulrich's fucking dying.
Not looking too good here. My leg
I
is
look
kinda
over
torn up.
I look over to Spade. Is he an acceptable casualty?
I can hear you, you know.
We are all expendable casualties. In the greater course of the mission, he looks straight
Is
at you.
retreat a viable option?
Absolutely not. We still have an asset on the ground in an immediate sense. If we do not extricate him, he could blow the entire operation.
Your sacrifice will be noted down.
Alright, so am I just gonna carry Ulrich then?
I have one more stimulant.
Save it
I-
for when
Just
we
this-
really need it.
I don't think a stimulant's gonna work, sir. I think
It
he's
shall
dying.
allow him to move.
Okay.
I appreciate it, but shouldn't we save it for when we really need it? Just saying.
I mean, should
Just before
we
we
check
start.
the other cells?
So, just before we start, what are we doing?
So yeah.
We're heading toward the prisons, I believe.
We are getting
and-
out.
You currently are in one of the prisons.
We're in the prisons. We're in one of the
already?
prison cells.
I thought that we were. I thought we were heading
No.
away.
We're in the
So
prison.
last session, yeah, we fought a bunch of guys. That was
Right.
at the doorway to the prisons. We killed them all. We moved forward. Og and Castillo ripped open a few doors, and we rescued a inquisitorial agent who's a psyker from one of the cells.
Okay, so you did get that far. I had to leave toward the end, so that's probably what was missing.
Yeah,
from
we
my
got
information.
we got through. We rescued someone. There is still a null crown on the ground if you want to keep that. But yeah, we've saved that psyker. Og is currently holding her like a little baby, as well as Ulrich, in both hands.
Potatoes.
But yeah, I really think it's a good idea to grab the crown with us. Who knows when we're gonna need such an item.
I feel attacked.
Hey, I'm a psyker too, you know, but I'm just saying it could be good to have it when shit hits the fan and we need to escort someone that's not a sanctioned being. Right, Arbeities?
Getting the hell out of Dodge then, yeah.
You guys ready?
Yep.
I think so.
I'm gonna start, and we're gonna start real time, as you've just broken into the prison. You've cleared the electro branding, and we will begin right outside the cell. By the way, there's an ocean of bodies. You have killed Ardenti guards. I'm not even gonna make you roll to fight individual guards because they're not a threat to you. As a party, whenever you meet upon an individual Ardenti zealot, you could merely mow them down or take them hostage or disable them, some other thing. So it will only do combat if it's an actual threat.
Well, like Sam said, we're not taking prisoners, right? I can't have
That's a
any
good thing to
new
clear up.
friends with
What do you
me.
want to do whenever you meet an individual identity? Someone might run across the hallway, suddenly run at you. What is your general policy here?
What's the order, sir?
We dispose of them in as minimally disruptive way as possible. They will eventually notice that they are missing men. However, in order to get where we need to go, and in order to accomplish the greater mission, we do need to it is an unnecessary, or it is an unfortunate but necessary action to dispose of them.
All right, sir.
Can everybody hear the music? If they're enabled?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
I can
Yep,
hear
loud and
you.
clear.
Alright, I'll do the usual introduction. Remember, pay attention as if we're sitting around a table, no browsing. I appreciate that. Scenes are action oriented, it is soon to play out in real time. Say what your character would say, and what she or he would do. Nothing else. Time moves forward even if no one is talking. If you say nothing, the world revolves around you. If you want to move somewhere, just say you go there. Someone will speak up if they disagree. I won't change scenes for you or force the story forward, like a typical D&D game. You do that as a group. You also decide what happens in the story. If you want something drastic and dramatic to happen, you just say that your character goes and does that. You should roleplay as if you were an actual acolyte in the Inquisition. Acolytes police each other. They are fanatical agents. You're not anarchists or individuals. You've been brainwashed. Enemy factions move around and react to your actions. You can use Imperial assets or the Inquisitor's influence. But remember your subtlety. It is completely up to you how you proceed. You're in the prison. You have a female inquisitorial agent next to you. The smell, the reek of electro-branding and incense still mingles in the stale air. As you look around, the rusted chains and dim light almost makes you sick. Well, maybe not if you have jaded. The freed psyker trembles. The sweat from her pale skin drips down on the cobblestone floor. Limbs raw from the restraint harness. Around her neck, you will see a burned out hexagonal seal etched with this microtext. Reclamation can't. And over her shoulder, where you run away, you will see a rune stamped manacle, so twitching slightly behind her. A cough will be heard from her mouth as you see her chest move up and down rapidly.
Not to be insensitive or anything, but would you happen to know if these guards would have any medical supplies around?
You look around, there are several cells. The corridor continues down for about 100 meters. Cells up and down on either side. Some of them have dimly lit lumen, orange glow coming from the cells, casting stark shadows into the room. You are in a long hallway of sorts. There are 2 main veins, and then a series of small cells on either side. There must be up to 20 cells here. You also have a map with the schematic of the prison, as well as the crypt leading down to the vault. And that is where we can begin. And Sam.
Castillo will begin looking at
first off, Sam, can you describe how you're doing right now and what we see when we look at you?
Sam's still slightly haggard of breath. He breathes in and out, raspily. The left side of his face is still charred, but it's starting to heal and come together in a droopy kind of mess. Part of his hat is also singed, as well as his trench coat. He looks like half a man right now, in more ways than one. 3 of his limbs are currently bionic, and some of his subskin armor is starting to peek through, looking even less human than usual. He leans in and produces a small flask of water. Drink.
Awesome. Og. Anything different about you? What do we see?
Og's armor is covered in blast marks and tiny little scratches as bullets and blades have tried to pierce it but have failed. He's also, if any hair that he does have, little tiny hairs are standing on his end, as he was horribly electrocuted, saving the current person he's holding in his hands, as he's sort of coddling her like a little baby.
Between the noises of your feet shuffling and your metal boots hitting the ground, you hear an occasional yell, "Help! Help me!" in the distance. And Costello, what do you look like?
Castillo! In traditional Arbites armor light flak, with only his left arm mulched, taking bullets for Spade in order to continue the mission. He is standing there, looking at records of imprisoned and the map, looking for any of note personnel.
Awesome. Morgan.
Morgan will... Well, she'll be walking down the the lines of what he called cells, stopping occasionally to look at the dead reads that are actually sort of showing name, basically whether or not they're important or not. On her shoulder will be her pet raven, which is currently holding a sort of little dish, because as she's sort of doing this, she is sort of lighting what looks like this kind of grass thing, going up, sprinkling it in, adding a bit of water, taking it down, lifting her robe, which is a little bit charred where the blast actually hit her, and then slapping this goop on the side where it's all burnt. She will then rip off a bit of her robe and tie it round her waist. So it is. With that, you can't actually see her face, but you can actually see a little bit of her neck where you can see a small smear of blood, which you recollect came from her nose in the previous fight. And apart from that, isn't saying very much, and is basically walking down as though looking for something in particular.
Awesome. Finally, Ulrich.
Yeah, Ulrich is like flung over Og's shoulder and just groans in pain. Thank you for doing this, mate. Sorry how much of a burden now. That blasted god got me good in my leg. It's nothing more than a munch now.
It's alright, sir. You tiny ones are always a little bit pathetic.
Wonderful. Let's begin. You're in the prison carrying this woman. You look around, many cells, you hear someone yelling. Stark shadows will be cast from the lumen above you. And we have begun.
What do you reckon? Can we find any information that we're looking for down here? Looks more like a jail cell.
She may know more about anybody else who may be of use to us. And forces the flask into her hand, make sure that she makes eye contact with him. And is there anybody here who may be able to aid in our efforts? Or shall we just remove any kind of evidence?
Og will start walking over to the first occupied cell.
Awesome. Og, as you look in, you see an almost skeletal man, emaciated. He's laying in the corner of the room. His skeletal face looks up at you. He's just wearing rags.
Hello.
He seems unable to speak. You're not sure if he can see you. His eyes are grayed white. You just see these cloudy white balls glowing in his skull.
Look, Og, I don't think we're gonna get much out of him. He seems to be, and he like makes a circular ring with his finger around his ear.
Oh, well maybe should we put him out of his misery?
Just the Arbiters for his opinion. Always good to have the law on our side, you know.
I'll...
You'll hear Morgan from the tail end of the corridor go, menial, relic stealer, pointless, and basically just pushes a button. The data pad will go red, and all you'll hear is as gas is released into the room, and she walks on to the next one.
Og has a horrified look on his face as he sees this old man get gassed.
I don't think you are not used to seeing this type of stuff. Hey, Og.
I mean, I was in the Imperial Guard. I've seen worse, but it was just so callous. She didn't have to kill him.
They kind of have to be hard asses and do the stuff that's no one wants to do. It's no problem, you'll get used to it, mate.
Have you ever died to gas before? I'll start walking away from the prison cell. I've seen a few tinies die to gas, but none of me and my folk died to gas.
I presume you are above the gas line, ergo it did not reach your respiratory system.
Well, what?
Breathing tubes.
Oh,
think it's-
okay.
You were too tall for the gas to hit you in the face, mate.
That's a good point. I don't, sir. He's
Sam
looking at you,
completely
Spade.
completely ignores all of you. Is entirely focused on the woman. He starts snapping his fingers at her. Makes sure that she's actually conscious, all there. Measuring her pupils, trying to see
The
where
woman
she's
in
at
Og's
mentally.
arms.
Yes.
Okay.
She opens her eyes slightly. She has deep hazel eyes, and her eyes sort of drift up into her skull and then back down.
Yes, this
I know you. One of her eyes sort of begins twitching. She tries to hold up a hand. Her hand slips down from Og's shoulder, just slides down his hand.
Og will put the arm back where he had it to keep it from getting all gunked up in his armor. It's all right, lady. I've got you.
She needs a first aid fast.
Castillo, being one that knows the cavities and, I guess you could say, layouts of prison cells, would like to, look for any medic packs. I have concealed cavity as a trait. He's gonna look for medic pack.
Right, you walk around the prison cells. There's no Medicaid kits there. However, one of the identity guards will have a first aid kit.
Alright, someone has to fix her. Who knows how to fix people?
Not me, I didn't train much in the Medicaid skill. Not really much point in it where I come from. To our style of the planet. You get my drift.
I don't know about the fancy boxes either.
You and me both go Og.
Sir? Sir Spade?
I am not trained
sir.
in Medicaid.
Do you know how to fix her, sir?
He looks at her up and down, and he has a few tools in his toolkit, but they all have longer-term effects. And Sam says, "I'm afraid that if I were to apply what I have now, that it would kill her. Her heart is weak. She's fading quickly. I think it's best we extract ourselves from this situation, get to a safe enough place, and requisition whatever we can. Try to get some small Medicaid kit or otherwise."
And I
Medicaid kit right here.
I already used my
Oh,
psychic
Sam
ability
spins
skill.
around. Sam spins
I've
around.
been
and,
referring to it for the past 2 minutes. You have been ignoring me.
I already used my healing abilities earlier today, so don't look at me.
Sam keeps his eyes on the woman, making sure that she doesn't immediately die, but he turns briefly to the kid without acknowledging Castillo, and opens it up, examines it, and starts rifling through it for something that'll give her a little bit of pep, keep her heart rate up, and then...
Do you require stimulant? I have a dose left.
Sam nods real briefly, making eye contact, and going to go ahead and does Stim add anything numbers wise to Medicaid in this instance? He's going to extract some fluid from a container, and going to look at the stim and think about whether it's going to have any kind of cross effect, some synergistic effect that he's not expecting. But he needs to keep her alive now, and so he draws some fluid from a container and puts it into her arm. Stay still. And Medicaid with 2 additional to stabilize.
Cool. You put her down. What do we say? Or you lift her down on the ground and perform first aid.
Right, exactly. So he extracts some fluid from a container, slaps her arm a few times, ties it off with a cloth, makeshift, and injects this viscous fluid into a vein before removing the cloth and making sure that he keeps 2 fingers on her neck, checking for a pulse.
Her
It's initially
raven
weak.
black hair falls between the cracks of the cobblestone into the water, small droplets of fluid left on the ground. She lays there, her head soft on these hard rocks. Do you want to inject the stem?
Yes.
You know that it lasts about a minute or 2. She should become very awake during that time. Then she will slowly become relaxed and perhaps fall asleep. You have a couple of minutes where she will wake up. As soon as you inject the stem, indeed, she does wake up. You see her eyes begin to flicker. She draws breath, looks up, and you can see her pupils sort of dilate up and down, and then she twitches back and forth, looks up to you, and with a desperate look on her face. I wasn't supposed to go. Where? She tries to get up. You can see that she can't muster the strength to lift her head.
Sam
She
pushes
falls back
her
down, hits the back of her head against the rock.
Sam keeps her down by the chest. She holds her down by the sternum and says, "Stay still. You're still very weak. Although you may feel alert, we have just a few moments to keep you this way. Tell me,
Watching.
is there anybody else in this prison that you think may be of use to us, that may accomplish our mutual mission here? Is there any information that we need to know?"
You can see that she's completely out of it. You do notice on her hand, right above where you injected the syringe, is a scorched indentation of an inquisitorial redacta field rosette. It has been burnt into her chest. She likely suffered some horrible burn damage. Covered her face, but her upper body was burnt. A field rosette that has since been removed made a clear indent sort of shape on her chest where she wasn't burnt. You see her looking around, drawing breath. There is.
Hey, stay with us. And he gives her a gentle slap on the face. Focus on me.
She looks around, confused. We were watching.
Eyes on me.
I said residual. Wait. She looks at Og, looks at all of you. She seems completely confused and disoriented.
Squeeze her by her cheeks. and focus her eyes. He leans in real close. Pay attention to me and me alone. What information do you have? We need to know. It is a matter of utmost importance.
She looks up, she lifts her head slightly, blinking slowly. She licks her dry lips, her voice hoarse but getting more steady. There was an old man. Sharp. They kept him near the lower cell. Solitary block. 3 turns past the purification chamber. He was asking questions, scribbling on the walls. They called him Juno. He said he used to serve the Regis Tower. That's who I was looking for. He saw something he shouldn't have. I know you. She starts blinking, focusing, looking up at you, son. I've seen you.
I have one of those faces, he says very dryly, and he looks away for a moment. What else do you know about this Juno? What else can he... And he looks around really quickly.
Do a willpower test.
Rerolling that.
Good.
Success with 4.
She tries to reach into your mind. You feel the strange unease when you look into her eyes. She twitches. You will see her brows narrow. He's dangerous, but not like us. Not like us. She looks around and you can sense that something is dawning on her.
Squeeze harder against her cheeks. And focus.
Her hazel eyes begin to normalize. She looks up and she has sweat droplets running down her forehead. She gets more quiet, speaking in a normal pace. He knows things more than I did. I think that's why they haven't killed him. Artentus wants him broken, not dead. They send in the preachers, sometimes the redeemers, to correct him, if they weren't already. If he's still breathing, he'll be in the southern corridor. And someone spoke to me. Someone else is looking for me. I could sense his mind. He's no longer here. She begins looking around.
Why?
Steel door, marked with black wax. No windows.
Who was looking for you, friend or foe?
Friend, I think.
Distinguishing features, manner of speech, anything that you can tell us about him?
Frantic, afraid. She closes her eyes. Whoever has Sanitians, you will sense a very strong psychic presence.
Okay. Is it able to be pinpointed?
It's her.
Is it coming from her? Yeah. Morgan's going to try to link with her telepathically. So she's going to go down and put her hand on her forehead and say, "What did you know about this place?"
She looks at you. Who are you? I've seen you. I've seen you in my dream.
Well then, I apologize for that. And I also apologize for this. As she tries to force her way into her head.
Oppose willpower. I'm gonna make this an opposed power to read the other's mind. I have 5 degrees of success.
Sorry, just had to make sure that... Sorry, give me 2 seconds. That is... Where the hell is it? Ah, here we go. Character sheet. Who's willpower? Success with 1.
She will read your mind. For a brief moment you can hear her voice inside your head. She's a pretty powerful psyker. I know you. I've seen you in my dream.
And what dream is that?
I don't know if we get out. You begin speaking with telepathic link.
Well, as you're in my head, you know I'll get out. Maybe not in this body, but in one other.
She immediately begins opening her eyes and looking into yours, Morgan. What order are you from?
Ordo Xenos.
Understood. I'm not opposed to your effort. We made mistakes.
Then tell us where you went wrong.
We were watching. We were just recording them. There is something beneath the basilica. Saint Valerius doesn't speak. Not like that. It's a mimic. It's like it knows what they want to hear. They tried to feed me into the machine. I'm not the only one. The echo chamber, it's still active. It's leaking. I know where the subvault access is. Past the west reliquary, below the sanctum. The wall is not real. It's a facade plate. Look for the third Aquila.
The third Aquila. Third Aquila, false plate.
Ardentus
So-
communes with the machine like it's divine. It is not. It is waking up.
The abominable intelligence. We felt
Something bigger. It was just set here to watch them. They think they can control it, but they can't.
mechanical or warp-based.
Uncertain. That's why I'm here.
Don't worry, we'll get you out.
My rosette. They took it.
We'll see if we can recover that as well.
You see Morgan just looking at her for like 20 seconds.
But she's doing the mind talking. She does that to me sometimes.
Sam looks down at his chrono, and from the sudden silence and the going back and forth of eyes, he looks up at Morgan and tries to get through to her. We've got about a minute left. Double time it. Not knowing if the words are getting through to her.
She blinks slowly. She begins looking down the hallway. You can hear her voice in your mind. He's there, at the end of the hallway. If he's still alive.
Then we go introduce ourselves. You have about a minute left before you lapse into consciousness.
I know.
Personally, I've never been in someone's head where this has happened, so if you don't mind.
Yes. You will see her twitch. Her black hair slowly rises as you lift her up, hanging under her like wet spaghetti. She has kind of pointed face, skinny. Her eyes will twitch a couple of times. Then you will hear her cough, and then she goes limp. She's just hanging lifeless from your hands.
Sam, still on one knee, rises. All right. You heard her, man. Juno, lower cells. Og?
Third Aquila. Third Aquila is a full store. We need to go through that. We also need to recover her Rosette.
So they know who she is, who she really is.
They took her
Interesting.
Rosette from her, so we have
Yes.
to make that at least top, well, maybe not top priority, but certainly up there.
I'm ready to forward orders, sir. What do you need?
I have been looking at the manifests of this layout, as well as the map.
And what does that tell you?
GM?
Do you hear the alarm?
Yes, I suggest we walk and talk at the same time. And Morgan's going to start off on a fast run, sorry, a fast walk down the hall,
I don't
looking for
really
the third
like
Aquila.
this. It's getting too loud for the gods. Let's book it.
To the lower cells first. Juno, I think, may provide us a deeper insight into what is going on. She may be very important, however, we can do that after we extract whatever information we need from him. Kill anybody else on this level. We don't need our faces shown.
A priest runs from around the corner. There they are! He points in your direction.
Ulrich just
Stop, heretics!
big blast of flame right to the guard's priest's face.
You don't have to act that out. Do you kill him?
I just want to outright boom, incinerate dust, just get out of our way.
Having trouble hearing you. I'm going to assume that's a yes.
Yeah.
Alright, you
Yeah,
down the
I
corridor.
just-
There are several cells on both sides.
He just like let loose a big flame breath straight into the guard's priest's face, just to like we need to get out of here quick, basically.
All right. Og will pick up the inquisitorial agent back into his arms.
She coughs.
All right. Where are we going, sir? Lower levels.
The man goes up in flame.
Morgan's already starting down the hall. She's about halfway there.
You will round
I'm
the
following
corner.
Morgan.
Got it. You will round the corner, past a wall covered in blasphemy scrub, lines of redacted prayer scrolls over fresh aquillas. At the end of the corridor, you will see a single reinforced steel door. It is recessed and sealed with a thick line of black wax. In the middle of it, you will see it stamped with an Ardenti skull sigil. You can hear faint whispers through the metal, and then silence once your footsteps get close enough.
Would you like me to break down the door?
She's going to start looking for this Aquila.
Castillo will be advently looking for the Aquila as well. It is illegal to own one without the proper authority. A tier 4 offense.
The door is locked. The door to the cell.
Oggle sit down Ulrich and the lady inquisitorial agent and take out his hammer and just start bashing it down, trying to get a little handhold in so we can rip it open.
Got it. You can smash down the door pretty easily, Og. As you do on the 5th attempt, you will just see the door give in. Levers release and the hinges break off. The door slams down on the stone floor. She, or the person inside, is barely visible. There's a little cloud of dust lingering in the air. Sort of gets kicked up and then flows out of the open door when you kick it down. The chamber is dim, and you will see a seated man with his legs crossed, a slate balanced on his knee, and a long stick clutched like a stylus. He is surrounded by thin white lines between these iron nails driven into the floor and walls. Any of you can do a security test. -20.
Yeah, he's not even trained in that, so no dice.
Wait, which one? Is it the perception or the intelligence one? Sorry. Scrutiny?
Security test.
No, security test.
Ooh, I'm gonna use my inspiration for that, please. Okay, still pretty bad.
Okay.
One for the line.
So,
Og, you're pretty sure it's fine. You could just walk up to him.
Everything's good, guys. I think everything's fine. Should I go get him?
Cease! Do not move forward.
Hold back.
Okay.
Success with 1 additional.
Oregon. This is an improvised cognitive map. He has data scraps and a scripture next to him. He just keeps looking down. There is some kind of trap inside. There is a panel on the right side of the wall, right around the corner. You can lean in through the door and you will see it on the right side. There is a mechanical device and a lever. Do a security or a tech use test at -10 if you want to try to operate.
Morgan's going to lean back and go, Samuel, do you want to have a look at this? I feel as though I have expended my usefulness in this regard.
Sam, from his hip strap, breaks open a combat tool and starts working away at it. And then... Ooh, off by 1.
I can give you an inspiration.
Success with 7.
Sam, this is a mind-wiping device. It would basically kill him. You deactivate it. You just turn it completely off. And you're sure that it's safe.
How large is this device?
Covers the entire cell.
Entire cell. Okay. Bead of sweat falls on the ground as he snips the final wire. This... Whatever information he had, or has. And then he mutters to himself. And... Then he looks around and looks at Juno. Does he say anything first?
You see a middle-aged, thin man with bruises under one eye, and has a blood crust on his lip. His clothes are scholar robes. They've been ripped off, marked with old tower insignia, and despite his state, you can hear his voice very precise and controlled, as he just keeps looking down. You're late. I assumed you'd come sooner or not at all.
You know who we are?
He looks up. He seems haunted by something. His eyes are disturbed. You sense he seems unusually calm. You're not robed, not burning incense either. So, either executioners dressed down, or rescuers with poor taste.
You will see that whenever he says poor taste, what he called Morgan will actually give herself a dusting off, and you can see that I suppose the best way to describe it, the fur in the back of her neck has gone up. She's literally wearing the best clothes she has.
Aesthetical concerns aside, we have, does he make any, does he look over at the, psyker who we rescued earlier at all, in Ogg's arms?
I assumed it wasn't visible. She wasn't visible. Since you haven't taken...
Yeah,
her
Ogg
to
set
the-
her down kind of
Set her
far
down.
away from the door because
Okay.
he had to fucking whack at the door a bunch, and whacking at a door hurts people sometimes.
Right.
He leans his head back on the wall. They stopped asking questions when I gave them answers. That's
What did you
when they started hitting me instead.
And what did you tell them?
He smiles to himself. The same I will tell you. You're in danger. But I guess you already knew that. He looks over your shoulder as if he's listening to the alarm. I can hear the echo finally return.
Do you wish to escape from here alive, or do you want to rot in these cells,
He will look around the
tortured
cell
by whatever means have they?
because his eyes are darting up at the cell walls. I was never captured.
You mean you intended to be here? To what end?
He smiles to himself. No, I mean, whatever they tried to stop by putting me here has already begun. There's no way of stopping it. So, what will you have me do?
You're really trying my patience. Stop speaking in riddles. Speak plainly.
He blinks a couple of times, looks down, draws a deep breath. You are speaking to a man who does not care if he lives or dies.
There are worse things than death.
He will nod slightly. Yes.
The Emperor shall look down upon you unfavorably.
He will close his eyes and just smile, leaning his head back on the wall.
Og, Castillo, hold him down.
Ulrich walks up. You better start talking before I turn you to ash. And basically see like fire and brimstone just comes out of his eyes and mouth.
Castillo shall effectively be the binding.
A completely content and peaceful smile forms on his face. He, whatever you try to pull him up, he just keeps this very relaxed and friendly expression.
Sam breaks out his interrogation cogitator and kit and brings out a small device that looks directly into his eye. He says to Morgan, hold this right here. And he pulls out another syringe, puts it into a clean bottle, extracts some fluid, and then plunges it directly into his thigh. Ten seconds pass. 20 seconds. Sam looks directly into his eye and sees the pupil begin to dilate. He knows that the serum has taken effect. He's much more pliable now, and going to try to pry some information out of him.
What exactly did you give him?
Sorry?
What did you give him?
Basically, like a psychoactive substance. It makes him more susceptible and distorts reality. So susceptible to revealing more than he wants.
Cool.
So it's mechanically it's the excruciator kit.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. He smiles. Whatever you do to him, he will just keep smiling. He will just draw breath, and while you look into his eyes, he will open his eyes. He's responsive. What do you ask him?
Tell us exactly what you had told them. Word for word. We are here to save you. And whatever you think is unstoppable is not.
He will draw deep
Really,
breath.
friend.
He will just look at you and is he standing? Is he laying over some shoulder?
So he's pinned down right now.
Okay.
Sam's bent down, crouched, looking at him eye to eye, making sure that they're on an even keel.
Oh. I didn't expect extraction. What's the price? Or is this some form of mercy?
The price is the information that you have. We're all working toward the same goal. And he uses a little light source that he has in his a small device that he has in his hand, and he takes it and has his eyes follow it, making sure to try to hypnotize him a little bit. Many techniques are used.
He frowns. Control. Everyone seeks control. But you're not in control right now, are you? You look scared. You should be. You are under the thumb of someone who kneels to something they don't understand. The Ardentus prayed. They think it's... He frowns, looks down at the ground. The council called me a traitor. I call them what they are. Custodians of something they barely understand. He nods while looking up at you. Zax knows. Elias suspects. And Palambrace sees only the front of the page. Never what's written beneath the fold. Whatever you're after, it's a container. See no design. Human blood. Something to silence the machine. The secret is stored somewhere beneath this place, but I could never find it. I doubt that you will either. Because we don't have long before we go to wherever we go. Whether the Emperor or someplace else.
And who by chance is going to send us there?
He will frown. They made a pact. They will follow through. We're heretics. Set for execution. I see you've joined you will be next. They really are merciless.
You don't quite know who they are, do you?
I know more than you think.
Sam, with all of these interrogation devices, tries to look between the words, see if there's any kind of truly hidden meaning, or if he's just completely talking out of his butt.
Do a scrutiny test.
Can I also do a scrutiny test?
Minus 10. Anyone listening can do it. You get an inspiration point, Sam.
Perfect.
For amazing roleplay.
Okay, minus 10, reroll inspiration. Gonna use that.
Technical success.
Oh, that is not good.
Castillo, you sense that he's an open book. He's telling you the truth about whatever he's saying, but he has not shared everything he knows.
This one has spoken the truth, but still hides more.
So I got 1 degree of success on the scrutiny check.
You're looking for the vault. There is a place beneath this prison. It's not for relics. It's some kind of choice. One that Kaya sealed. One that we tried to unwrap.
What kind of choice?
He immediately shakes his head. I don't know. The counselors were looking for it. I think it has to do with the Gilded Tome in the Pellucid Tower. It's not a book. It's a memory construct, locked behind a stasis layer, keyed to the tablets. They don't even know what they're holding.
And how do you know this?
I know too much. That's why they put me here.
Sounds awfully fishy that you know this. How do we know you were not working for them? You were just a trap.
He smiles. At this point,
So,
any of you can roll a random event die. That is a D100.
I'd also like to use Flash of Insight to reveal a clue.
Yep. That's a fate point, I believe.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, well, what of what he said would you like to figure out? What part of it?
So far he's been very, very cryptic, naturally, and he has been holding things back. I want to be able to draw from my memory and also what the woman earlier said in regards to their relationship, try to bring it all together and find some kind of crack, some place that I can twist the knife and press him for information.
About what? I can make some choices. do some choices. About the Gilded Tome and the Pellucid Tower. About the Counselor's part. About the Vault and the true meaning of the Vault. What's underground. I guess those are okay choices.
I would think that we have a reasonable idea of what the vault is, but maybe there's something else. Let's go with vault.
The Vault?
Yep.
Okay. The Vault, and he referenced an inquisitorial name. So the Vault was built. You already kind of know half of this. But it was built by Caius, an Inquisitor of the Ordo Redactus. The Vault contains a log of what they did to seal something very dangerous beneath this place. It also contains the truth about the Valerius myth. Valerius is a myth that was made up. It was constructed by someone, according to what he says. And I guess the clue would be that the vault contains incriminating things on some counselors, as well as the secret to why the counselors are seeking the tablets that interact with the Gilded Tome in the Pellucid Tower. So whatever is in the vault will reveal why the counselors are looking for these tablets. And why Thort was trying to find an alternative solution, is what he spoke of. So all of that is sealed there. And Ordo Redactus have participated to some extent in a cover-up. And that's what this is. And it is much bigger than any of these parts know or understand.
Okay. I'm also going to use a breakthrough to get an additional clue. Let me just double check something. Also just one more. Just... Okay, I don't think I can do anything else. Okay, success. Please reveal another clue. I guess we could draw from the list that you had put together earlier. Let's go with the home in the Pellucid Tower and what information
Cool.
that might be about.
Alright. Juno knows, and you're able to extract, that the tablets that they're looking for are already owned by the counselors. They have the tablets, and those are used to unlock something in the Pellucid Tower, and they use them to... Well, you don't know the exact use, but they unlock something in the Pellucid Tower, and it relates to the Gilded Tome. The Gilded Tome is not a book, it is a key of sorts. And these counselors do that as a power block that they call themselves the Dominion. And this is not under the control of the planetary governor or the prefect. So they already have the tablets, they use them to unlock something in the Pelusa Tower, and that is where some form of operation is run from. They do have hostilities and are currently splintered. The counselors have gone into hiding, they've isolated, and the tablets all have to be brought together to unlock something there. Juno figured this out through Thor's desperate search for the tablets and him sending agent after agent here looking for them. Juno uncovered why and that he needed all of these tablets. This is the counselors playing hide and seek, and it's tied into this Caius, who was Order Redactus Inquisitor, and this vault underground.
Sam rises. Have you ever heard of this disease called Alzheimer's? My grandfather had it, and it's hereditary. It's a funny thing, Alzheimer's. Slowly, you lose bit by bit of yourself. You become increasingly confused. You increasingly become confused until one day you're reduced to nothing more than an animal, terrified of everything, knowing nothing. And somehow, you know, every once in a while, bits of your past self, flashes of who you once were. And you come to a stark realization that you're stuck in this position and you will forget once more. He looks over at the device that he had just disabled. That device over there does that much more quickly.
I welcome it. There's nothing you can do to me. I am beyond this place. You can see steadfast determination in his eyes.
He walks over to the device and he tries to reconfigure it to remove certain, try to make the device more precise. And he tries to use his combi tool in order to rewire things, breaks out a few cables and wires from his pack in order to do so. He tries to wipe certain parts of his memory out in the short term.
This is like shock therapy, very very unpredictable. The outcome is not certain. It's not a precise device.
You can remove my memory short term by using Sakana. It's pretty
It will burn whatever it burns, and no one really knows. But it will scramble its mind.
Shouldn't we just take him and leave? I thought that was the plan.
It was, but he's proving to be. He's stonewalling us, Og. And if he can't provide us the information that we need, what use is he?
Well, Sam, he has said that he's beyond this place, so just out of conjecture, what if he was not beyond this place and had to live hundreds of lifetimes in this place every second? And he's saying this loud enough so that he can actually hear, so that for the rest of his miserable life. He's just going through a loop again and again and again, and he will know that he's going through this loop.
Smiling from the edge of the room,
He will,
Juno
he will never
will
be free.
say, "You have no control of me."
I'm just
I
saying,
know.
sir, that alarm's been going on for a long time now, and I'm kind of worried.
Yeah, I'm with Og here. There hasn't been any guards yet, and I'm getting a bit worried.
Well,
I'm not
I
saying
know.
you can't mind fuck him later, sir. I'm just saying maybe we should go to a place where we're not going to get shot at.
Sam grimaces, but realizes that there is a lot of truth in what they're saying. He crunches down on his teeth. Little chipping sounds occur in his mouth, and get him up.
Alright, sir. Og will just grab him and put him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes.
You do so easily. He's not resisting.
Alright. I'll try to make sure you don't get shot when we're running away, sir. As Og turns to the old Juno.
You hear him just as you carry him, and don't worry about me.
Alright, Og will then go over to grab the other psyker lady and pick up Ulrich again. Alright, I'm ready, sir.
Thank you. I'm really sorry about this, Og. It is pretty stupid to be this. Really.
Alrighty, you have a complete map of this place. Where do you go?
Are we going to check out the vault, or are we going to retreat and then come back, sir?
It's not up to me.
Oh, the alarm changed.
Now it's shit hitting me, fan. What do we do now?
We go deeper. The vault.
Alright, as you say, sir. Og will start marching down towards the vault.
At this point, you, as you begin shuffling and moving, it takes a few minutes for you to get ready. You begin to move towards the end of the hallway to get out of here, as your shadows are cast on the walls and the ground. You look behind you. One of the doors breaks open. You see a flow of heavily armed guards run through. They're there! Over there! And then suddenly just this roaring noise of gunfire. And you run out the door. Okay, guys. I want you guys to,
Ulrich just
as you run,
like,
you try to make it to the crypts. And Morgan, Samuel, Cooper, you get an inspiration point. As you move, do an athletics test. Everybody.
Yes, sir.
are the guards that used others like with still within eyesight range.
Well, that's a failure with -1.
Failure -2.
Am I audible?
Or
Yeah,
very,
we can
very
hear you.
low.
Yeah, you are alone.
Is this something? Does it need a talks in a low volume or?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
if you can
still
just
too
speak more
low.
directly into the mic or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still living with my parents, so I'm trying to not base, so they're not that bit.
Gotcha. As we escape, is there any kind of door or anything that we can shut or cut them off with?
This scene is going on now. You're running through endless corridors to get to the crypt, slamming them behind you, throwing trolleys, whatever obstacles you can find, whatever metal rods, you just throw them in front of the door, slam it, you hear it break open, a bunch of gunfire behind you, someone comes in from an adjacent hallway, there's just like a flood of people chasing after you. That is what is happening, and you're only traveling as fast as your slowest member.
I would like to
right now.
If possible, like then let's see what can I molten beam straight at the door to like melt it together so they can't get through.
You shoot the molten beam, it melts one of the doors, it helps you stop some of them, and then you keep running.
Og sees that Sam and Morgan are really slowing us down, so Og is going to attempt to pick them up as well. So Og is gonna try to carry everybody and move as fast as he possibly can.
Yeah, and like as Og keeps running, Eric is just gonna like spam molten beam as any guard.
Roll psychic tests to see if you get doubles. Do it as many times as you do molten beam.
Do it 3 times.
Okay. You're carrying the guard Miria. You're sprinting through the prison. Ardenti Redeemers, Zealots, and Servo Skulls slash the doors open. You see these huge explosions, and the doors just fly open. They have mobilized their heaviest weapons. Servo Skulls work ahead of you as you run. You see them heavy, hard at work, sealing the doors. One of the doors in front of you gets sealed by a servo skull. You see this laser beam sort of welding it shut. You blast the servo skull away, knock the door open, and a steel gate slams down ahead, sealing the hall. You hear the siren sound. Cogitator panels begin spitting litanies of closure. There is an aura of end times around you.
I'll go over to
open.
the steel gate and try to lift it open.
Now, there is a door at the other end that begins to open behind you, even though you attempted to seal it. Do a strength test at -20 or a tech use test at +10 to override the seal and to get past the gate.
Alright.
Let me down, Og.
Success with 2 additional degrees. With unnatural strength, I add 20, so I just canceled that out.
So what happens?
Og rushes to the door. He hears Sam order him to let him down. Og is going to compartmentalize that and pretend he didn't hear that, because he knows he can just rip this door open and continue running. So he's gonna run forward like a linebacker going to try to make a tackle. Picks up underneath, gets his meaty Ogren power armored fingers underneath the portcullis and just rips it open, throws it up, horribly maiming the metal so it doesn't fall back down for a bit. And he just continues fucking rushing forward.
You get an inspiration point.
Og like slams it up into the other just like melts the metal into the gate to make sure they like can't even be opened with force.
You keep running at a three-way fork. The team behind you splits off, and you begin hearing shouting in an adjacent hall. You keep running, and Juno will raise his head and point to a crumbling stairwell. He mutters, "It will hold. There, we can escape."
I don't trust what he says.
What should I do, sir? I'll look to Sam.
You can do a navigate test at -10 to see if you know anything about this path.
Okay.
Navigate
So Sam's
forward,
gonna-
Navigate surface.
Okay. So Sam's gonna build out like a
yes,
mental map of what's going on here. And I'm gonna re-roll that inspiration.
Castillo
What's
will
up?
also do that. I looked at the map earlier.
I don't know what's happening, sir.
So Sam's gonna shout out. Yes. Sam's gonna say silence, and he's going to shut his eyes, put both of his hands to his temples, the metal pressing in onto his skull and temple, and he nods that way, as Juno had said.
The door breaks open behind you, a metal door. Hinges fly off. You see nuts and bolts just flying through the air. A huge inferno of flames, smoke fills the room. You have enough, a few seconds of smoke and fire before they can move through to make it.
They're coming through! And
I'll go rush for the stairwell.
Okay.
Sends a barrage of fire downrange straight into the cloud, and he doesn't even care what it hits. He just wants to like keep throwing something at the incoming enemies.
Wonderful. You shoot down a couple of servo skulls that follow you. You will all see the psychers staying behind. 2 servo skulls get shot down from the sky. Then you rush down the stairs. Did I understand correctly? You're moving down?
Yes, going down.
Then the only thing following you now is a bunch of servo skulls. As you move down the stairs, several servo skulls begin moving after you. You can try to shoot them down. You can try to run away from them. Or
So,
you can try, Psyker, you can try to use your psychic powers to overload them with the psychic bursts.
Sir,
Yeah.
is there another way out from other than that staircase?
You're already running down it, and Juno will just mutter from your shoulder. If you're looking for the vault, this is the fastest way.
All right. Og is gonna pull out one of a plasma pistol that he got off of one of the guards and just hit it a bunch to make it explode and throw it behind him.
Ignites the very air around the initial blast to like cause a bigger explosion with his psychic
Wonderful.
power.
Do a willpower test +10.
Is this everyone?
Nope. Ulrich.
Well,
Yeah, I'm gonna use a fate inspiration point to reroll that.
while this has been going on, you'll have noticed that Morgan is remarkably
Hey, there we
quiet.
go. That's the better. 4 degrees of success.
She's remarkably quiet. If you glance over to her, her eyes will be black, the same way it was whenever she was commuting psychically with the Psyker. And just out of character, she's basically saying, if you can hear me, now would be a great time to wake up.
You overload the servo skulls. Those of you who look behind you will see Ulrich there. You basically create a huge blast, and all the servo skulls in the air following you. It's like a small army in formation. They just all short circuit and just start spiraling down to the ground. If you want to describe what it looks like, feel free.
He like it's like a small atom bomb just goes off in a compressed space, and just everything, the very walls and ceiling just shakes as if it was an earthquake going off.
Huge explosion in the air, a huge like wave of disruption. Lots of servo skulls begin raining from the sky, and as they hit the ground, they explode one by one. You see the eyes on the skulls just crush against the stone floor. The reliquary hall in the collapsed passage that you reach at the end of the hallway, at the end of the stairs, has caved in. There's just a narrow rubble chute remaining. It is angled and jagged. You can try to move through it with an athletics test, or you can use agility. It's your choice.
Let me clear the way, sir. And Og will rush forward.
Yeah. Trouble here for you to push your way out of it, but everybody can do an either agility tests or athletics -10.
Okay, so I would have still succeeded. So I think it's just success with 6 degrees.
You, due to your athleticism, can choose one person to drag along with you, who does not need to do the test.
I will take Juno with me.
In addition to the people you're carrying, in addition to the lady.
Oh, well, I am carrying, I think, Morgan, Sam, Ulrich, Juno,
No.
and...
You can carry one
No?
person, and
Can't
then
carry all
you can carry one person, and then you can take one more person and drag behind you.
Alright, I'll be taking Juno and the unconscious inquisitorial agent then.
Got it. Did anyone fail?
I'm just re-rolling my failure.
Using so many fate points here. So it's going to take longer if we fail this, correct? But we still get through.
We get through.
I'll give you an inspiration point, Sam.
Success with 5.
Nice.
Degree of failure.
Okay, I'll take it. Thank you. Here's to it.
3 points.
Oh wow. 2 success with 2. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yep, no problem.
Did anyone succeed? Did anyone fail?
I did with 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ulrich, because you were left behind, using your immense psychic powers, you rush in and you try to push after them. You're the last one through. As you push one of the rocks at the end of the hall, a small boulder hits you in the back of the head and just whacks you against the wall. You take 1d. Let's see. You take 4.
Oh no.
4.
That's critical damage, remember?
You take 4 rending damage to your left leg.
So I'm now at 14 critical damage.
You also suffer 1 level of fatigue.
Okay.
Sorry, what are you at?
I'm 14 critical damage right now.
14 critical damage. Then, with a mighty chop, the leg comes away at the hip. The target pitches on the ground, howling in agony. The tide of the blood is such that any run action within 6 meters is a challenging agility test.
Yeah, and
You will not be running.
He like immediately ignites his hand and just burns the stump to stop the bleeding.
So you fall to the ground. The boulder, I will say, instead of cutting it straight off, will just break the side of your hip, between your leg and your hip, and it will stop blood flow critically. And those of you who look behind you will see Ulrich stuck there. A large boulder has smashed his leg up against the wall, and he just clamours for a few seconds and then goes unconscious. Would you like to burn a fate point to
Can
stay
I go
alive?
over?
Ulrich?
Yeah, I'm definitely burning a fate point to stay alive.
Okay.
Can I carry another person?
You make it through and then go back and carry him. I'm gonna say this takes a few minutes. As you move through, you will see servo skulls mobilizing ahead of you. You will run and keep following Juno's direction. A false wall on the reliquary stands ahead. It is almost out of place. Juno wakes up and looks at you, Augie. Please, let me down. You don't need to carry me anymore. I'll follow you.
I'll turn to look at Sam if he wants me to let him down.
Sam throws up a hand signal to his eyes. He nods as well, but this hand signal means to keep an eye on him.
Portia, I'll let Juno down,
As soon as
and I'll
he's down,
shadow him as he moves forward.
He begins like crouched walking, just dragging his feet behind him. Heavy breaths, moving in through this cloud of smoke, up to the wall. Here, somewhere. Here it is. Further down the hall. He runs up and then slams his palm against an aquila on the wall. Nothing happens. He keeps going, tracing the wall with his hand. Here. Stopping for a second. He keeps going, slamming his hand against the aquillas. Suddenly,
As he's doing that, Morgan's going to shout out, "It's the third Aquila," and she's going to turn back to the servo skulls and let a blast of lightning at them.
you're gonna shoot the aquila?
No, the servo skulls.
Oh,
She's going to shout to him, "It's the third one."
Got it. He slams his hand against it. He tries desperately. And any of you can help him with a strength test at -20.
Oh, I'll help him with the strength test. Og will get right behind him and be like, right here, and then he's just gonna ball up his fist and just fucking punch the wall. Success with 1 degree.
Wonderful. 1 degree. It is gonna take some time. And during this time, I want you all to, as there's an encounter behind you, going to say, first off, Og, you're occupied. I'm going to say, Morgan, you're standing right next to them at the wall. The rest of you, roll a, just any of you roll a d100.
80.
1880?
80.
80, okay. A couple of guards will catch up with you. And we're gonna do like this. 3 of you are at the wall. No, Sam, no, I don't think you were out here. There we go.
Ulrich would be with me because he's dying again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Castillo would be posted up, ready to instantly blow someone's head off.
Got it.
And equally, Sam takes out his hotshot las pistol, tries to take as much cover as possible, breathes heavily, leaning against the wall.
A sanctioned...
Sorry.
A sanctioned enforcer led by a psyker who's trailing you very closely are the first to reach you. The psyker, you can hear whispering through there, "They are through the door." The sanctioned enforcer, taking cover, begins shooting at you, Sam. Dodge if you want to.
Yep, dodging. Dodge. Two dodges or just one?
One.
One. Okay.
I'll
Version field. Ooh. Gonna fade that.
I'll bodyguard you. Hold on.
Yeah, you're standing right next to each other at the end of the hallway,
Yeah.
just looking around the corner. Yeah.
I'll bodyguard you. Don't use a fate.
Okay.
Castillo was ordered to defend, say, Spade, and to follow Spade's orders.
Love it. You jump in front of Spade. And you're gonna take the damage?
Yeah.
Okay. That's gonna be a 11 energy damage, penetration 6.
It does not
To-
go through my
To the left leg.
the left leg. 11 energy and 6 what?
Penetration.
6 pen.
17
Alright.
in total.
Alrighty then.
So you take anything that goes past your soak.
Yep.
The sanctioned enforcer hits you in the leg. We can take them! Bring the others! No! They die. The psyker will look at you, do a willpower test.
Is that against Castillo or me?
Sorry. That is against the... Oh, because you're standing in front of Samuel.
Do we all see this psyker and his sanction and his bodyguard?
No, you're standing around the corner, so you're...
Adamantine fate.
And I'm like,
Okay, Adamant of Fate.
Oh, I already do 1 success additional degree.
1 degree. This is an opposed willpower. That is gonna be a success on his part. And there we go. Turn to... The character believes his hands have turned into slimy tentacles, or perhaps the flesh has begun to strip off the bone in bloody lumps. Regardless of the particulars, the character drops everything he's carrying and spends the duration staring at his hands and screaming. This character is stunned.
What have you done to me? What have you done to me? You filth! Heretic!
You get an inspiration point, and this is for 1 round. You will come to your senses next round. Sam, it's your turn.
Sam, suddenly reacting to the outburst by Castillo, as well as his absorption of the shot, comes up around him and pops off 2 shots. Aim and semi-auto.
If you ever look over your shoulder, you will see Og and the others there pushing this room in along with Juno. They seem to be pushing some kind of exit for you to run through. Pushing it open.
Okay. Okay. Failure with 2. Okay. I think I just missed. Yeah.
You shoot your last pistol. It hits the wall. You can see parts of the wall just crack and some cobblestone fall on the ground. The sanctioned enforcer leans out again and pulls his plasma pistol out from the corner to shoot you, Sam. And again, Castillo. You can use Castillo as cover if you want.
No, I'm gonna try to dodge this.
Okay.
Okay. Successful 2.
Very good. You dodge it.
Alright, the shots come towards Sam's direction, and he does a little twirl. His trench coat, managing to mask his exact position as the shots go right through it. 2 holes. Pew, pew.
Wonderful. Your turn.
Returning fire, aiming like a fencer almost, and going to return. So with the semi-auto, it's just 1 attack, right? Just to be clear. Success
just
with
1 attack, yeah.
6 additional degrees.
6 degrees?
6
Nice.
degrees.
That's nice. Failure to dodge.
Okay, excellent. 17 to the torso, I believe. 31. Let me double check. Yeah. 17 to the torso and the psyker.
Sick. That's it. The psyker is going to take quite a lot of damage, and he's going to shriek with this loud, high-pitched shriek. You see him lean up against the wall, holding his chest as blood flows out of his robe.
Okay.
Castillo, you wake up. You see your weapons on the ground. Your hands are no longer being eaten.
Sorry, for the second shot, it's also 15, I think. 15
Or
heads up.
no, I guess this is the round where you are stunned. My bad. Okay. Good. Okay, there was another hit, Sam?
Yeah, semi-auto. So
2 hits,
9,
okay.
10, 7, and 15 heads up.
Ooh. The second hit will blast through his chest. And you hear this loud shriek. And you see him just fall on the ground. The side of his chest is burning. And you see this flame suddenly erupt from his chest. And it just billows out and it spills through his chest. And you see this bubbling blood billowing out. He crawls around on the ground for a few seconds and dies. The sanctioned enforcer is going to shoot at you again, Sam.
Okay, using the, I think it's step aside, to do second dodge.
Yep.
Yep. Success, 2.
Nice. The plasma
still
shot...
in his fencing. Go ahead.
Plasma shot goes past your head, and it would have been really nasty. It would have been a headshot, but it hits the wall behind you.
Still in his fencing position, he holds steady as though he calculated this exact angle.
Amazing. And at this point, Og, you break the door open. A passage will be revealed behind the Aquila. You can now move through. You will see Sam
Doors
and
open,
Castillo.
sir!
Yep. Sam and Castillo are at the other end of the hallway, at a corner, 90-degree corner, and they seem to be shooting at someone.
Og is gonna go through the door and set down the walking wounded that he's been carrying, basically.
You have several people on your shoulders. You drop them down next to the wall.
and then after that, I will run forward to go assist in the combat.
Got it. You reach them.
Morgan will grab hold of Jericho, throw him into the tunnel, pull her last pistol, and basically keep him covered.
Got it. You will make your way over to the others. The Sanctioned Enforcer has 1 round before he does anything. No, Sam, it's your round, I believe.
So Sam's going to ensure that Castillo gets out of this. With him still screaming at his arms, he's going to slap him right in the face and drag him through the door by his collar. Come.
Nice. Okay, you drag him. And the Sanctioned Enforcer is just standing there at the opening of the door. It is your turn. All of you. Take your round whenever you want.
Delio is gonna snap out of it for a second. That filth! Step outside along the door, kick his gun, making it flip slightly, and then aim it point blank into the Enforcer.
Just grabs his.
As you appear, Castillo, as you appear around the corner, he has Overwatch. And he is going to shoot you.
Alaric puts his hands on his side focus and like prays to the Emperor, Holy Emperor, grant me the strength to help my allies, and he blesses the group with like even faster reaction time as he.
I'm gonna allow it. I'm gonna say you're awake. Yeah.
I am going to dodge his attack.
You cannot. It is your turn.
Ah.
This is happening on Overwatch. So Overwatch is something you prepare, and then when others move, you interrupt their turn. And when something happens on your turn, you cannot use a reaction. The plasma shot goes out, and it is a hit to your right leg. You see a huge blue orb just burning through the air. This little mist of dust hanging in the air. It is very dark here, so everything gets illuminated in this bright purple light. The orb flies through the air, just immediately goes into your leg for a righteous fury. So this is a 18 energy, 6 penetration. To your right.
Can I bodyguard? For
yes.
Castillo?
Yes, you can.
Get down! I'll push him out of the way. Take the shot.
Wait, it's happening on his turn. Let's double check that.
Happening on his turn, but it's not my turn to act, right?
Yeah, we don't usually do it, so I'm gonna check.
And remember to the Psychic Immune, they all get a +2 to their initiative.
Just gotta check. We actually gotta check the book. I've never had this situation before. A bodyguard during an Overwatch has never happened in our game before. So we need to look that up. We usually do not look at rules. It's kind of interesting and could happen again, so I think it warrants a book check. This is not something we typically do at all. Do not take long. This is actually one of the supplement books.
Right, well, that's probably why I'm not seeing it.
Yep, there we go. Page 61 in Enemies Beyond. The Acolyte is trained to protect his allies and superiors. Talking about Og. Prepared to throw himself in the way of a bolt shell, if necessary. It is a effect after an enemy makes a reaction. May use a reaction to move up to his half move distance in order to interpose himself as a part of his reaction. You may not react when it is your party's turn. Your Overwatch goes through, No dodge reaction, no bodyguard reaction. This is the benefit of Overwatch. It is a surprise. You're completely caught. You're basically just caught completely unaware that this is happening, and the shot just hits you before any of you can react. Is what is happening right now. And so the attack goes through. Gets the low.
In that case, I go to critical 6 damage.
Critical 6. And then a Righteous Fury as well. So the first is a critical 1, because that's what he rolled on his Righteous Fury, which will probably not do anything. And that is the blast of the energy sears the flesh and bone of the target's leg, leaving a nasty burn scar. The target cannot use a run or charge action for 2 rounds. And then what was it? Crit 7?
Crit 7?
-7, you said?
Oh yes, critical damage is at 6 now.
You're at 6.
Yes.
Okay. The attack burns the target's foot, charring the flesh and emitting a foul aroma. The target suffers 2 levels of fatigue. He must make a toughness test.
Twelve. 3 degrees. Success.
Nice. If he succeeds, reduce his movement by half until he receives medical attention. And you did not want to fail that test. So, you have just reduced movement, nothing else bad happens.
Well,
It is your turn.
Castillo, gritting his teeth after acquiring that damage. Justice knows no stopping! Shotguns him, 14 impact damage. To the left leg.
To left leg, and he is going to dodge. He dodges successfully. Do you have an escapable attack?
I have an escapable.
Wonderful.
So
then he does not dodge at all. That's gonna be 14.
14 damage.
To
Left
the
leg.
To the left leg. Okay. Amazing, and
I'm
he
going to
is
hit.
bloodied. You see the hit impacts his leg. Ah! He stumbles back, leans up against the wall. I will kill you, heretic! He raises his plasma pistol. Anyone else?
I'm
I'll
not a
run
heretic!
forward and
You're a
smash.
heretic! I'm gonna move behind cover.
You are a
Run
heretic!
forward and smash him in the
Ulrich,
head.
Like, Ulrich grabs his side focus, his eyes goes golden, and like this majestic eagles explodes into existence, flies around the Castillo, envelops in a warm glow as you feel like your fatigue just drains away.
Amazing, lovely description. You get an inspiration point. And I'm guessing Og is doing.
Og is just gonna charge forward and hit the guy in the noggin,
fair.
turn him off.
Yeah.
And Morgan's gone into the passageway.
Got it. Og, you run
One
forward.
success.
You just slam his let's see, what is it? 28. You slam his left arm out of its socket, and you just see him like ragdoll backwards, spinning 2 times, hitting the wall, and it's like totally silent. He doesn't have time to mutter a word, and he will just spin around 2 times, land on the ground, dead. You stay there for a little while.
Alright,
And I'm going to say you spend that time just reinforcing the door, blocking it. You don't see anyone behind him. And the coast is clear.
that guy had a plasma gun?
Yes, he did.
Og is
Plasma
going
pistol.
to pick that up. Plasma pistol, pick it up and set it to overcharge. And throw it into the horrible small space that we used to get here.
Awesome. Do any security tests. At +10.
Security.
Castillo will also search the body of the enforcer for any stims or grenades.
Nice.
Damn. So close. You know what? I'm gonna use it inspiration to reroll that. I think I can get it. I think it'll be funny. Plus 10.
He has a smoke grenade, actually.
Immaculate.
Even worse.
What about the psycho next to him?
Okay, just a bunch of litanies, books.
As you're finishing up, what do you call it? Morgan's going to shout over, grab one of their microbeads.
I grab one of the microbeads. In fact, I grab both their microbeads, give one to Spade and give one to Morgan.
They don't seem to have microwaves.
Ah. I believe they have integrated microbeads.
Even if they did have microbeads,
We're
the
not in the position
horrible computer on Og's back is jamming all Vox communications.
Let
That wasn't
us
still
leave
on?
the Vox come.
You try to charge the plasma pistol. It overheats, sure, but it overheats in your hand. It immediately turns burning hot. You see the metal in your heavy armor begins to turn red. Literally deep red. Your entire hand turns red. And you're forced to drop it as you see it explode and sputter on the ground.
Oh. Well, I tried. Alright people, let's keep going!
You close the door and you all run in through past the Aquila into the passage through the reliquary.
Can we close... Can Og's gonna try to close the horrible, heavy, secret door behind them.
Absolutely can. You make it through and you begin pushing this huge part of the natural rock formation that has been made into a secret door of sorts. It's just actually a loose boulder that has been sort of pushed into place with an Aquila marker on it covered in soot. You cover the Aquila again and you begin pushing the boulder back into place. At the last moment, you hear someone breaking through the door. Just as you push it the last inch into its place, and the rock is now sealing the entrance.
Alright, sirs, let's keep going. Og is gonna pick up back the walk. Og is gonna pick up the walking wounded again and start trudging forward.
Wonderful.
We're committing to this, right, sir?
I
Og
think
says
we
as
are
he looks over to
empowered.
Sam. Go
At the
big or
helm's
go
mouth, I
home.
strike at thee, and he plunges forward, spiderweb suddenly going into his face, wipes it off, and continues onward. He'll lead the pack.
Wonderful. Amazing. You run out the a gate, metal grit gate, and you will find yourselves underground, more of a natural cave look. It you somewhere under the basilica.
Well,
Juno, any idea where we are?
Juno, walking right next to you, looks and will mutter, "You made it. We're close. Just a few more levels down. We are right where I was apprehended."
Well, down
So-
we go, I suppose.
When they apprehended you here, how did they find you?
They heard me. They had a trap. Someone was stationed here. A part of the data vault is guarded. I was about to reach the data vault cogitators. Someone shouted at me. I looked back and there they were. Next I remember, I woke up in the cell. They could still be here, unless they've been called away. As you look out into the room, circular wells are carved into the stone floor. Each of them are lined with carved runes and filled with a faintly glowing water. You can also hear whispers. As you stand there, Morrigan, you can do a Senescence test. Yeah, you as well, Ulrich.
I don't know how wise this is, sir. We're down 2 teammates. And I'm not feeling 100% anymore, sir.
Success with 2 additional.
These waters are lightly warp-tainted. You can do Forbidden Lore warp tests.
Is it just Morgan?
Yeah.
Or...
Yeah, let me get that.
Failure with 1 out.
He said
You-
that you could make one too, Ulrich, if you wanted.
No.
Yeah, his pain is way too great to even focus on anything else.
Hmm.
Success with someone.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, Sam. So this is... These waters have been misinterpreted by someone. They tried to perform some kind of cleansing ritual, but instead it just tainted the water. Drinking it would probably cause horrible things to happen to you. I hope you all brought water flasks.
I'm very thirsty. Is this water good? Augie's gonna go over to the water.
Og,
I wouldn't touch anything down here, Og.
unless you want to
Okay,
sprout a third arm through your eyeball, I would not.
We've been going for so long, I'm so hungry. I haven't had lunch, sir.
Soon,
The
Og,
well-
soon.
The wells are rather large, and it's like stairs leading down to the wells, basically. Stairs that you have to go down to move past it. Each of you can do an agility test plus 20. All of you.
Og is going to make 100% sure that this is safe, and is going to attach his grapple line to the floor, so he can safely transport the people who are already grievously injured down.
The Emperor for that.
Got it. Whoever uses the
And
grappling
with it-
line, you get another plus 20, so a plus 40.
Yeah, I'm gonna use a fate point and use the grappling line.
And Morgan, with a mighty skip, manages to make it over with success with 4 additional.
You hold on to the line, and you make it down to the lower level. The bottom of one well has something shimmering in it as you walk past it. I hope I described what it is. It's like a rectangular body of water at the bottom of these rectangular stairs leading down to one central area, and there's a pool of water in each one.
Sam, as he takes the line, steps on seemingly a random slick of oil, and he starts to tumble, but he still holds onto the line.
Awesome. You make it past, and there's some stairs leading down, and it looks like it is leading to either chamber ahead of you. The grab lock.
So, if the water's all tainted, how do we know we're not going to be tainted by being down here?
Such things are possible, Log. Be on your guard.
I'm not good with the warpy things, sir.
You move down some stairs from the containment area. Looking behind you, the metal gates are no longer to be seen, and you find yourselves in a circular chamber filled with metal tubing and fiber lines. It is leading down to what you quickly identify as a dormant cogitator coil. It is powering something beneath it. So the cogitator coil is sticking up into the room, and there is a faint smell of burnt metal. There is also a pillar in front of you, leading further down into what looks like just a 45-degree angle, sloped with some stairs leading further down, and it is very dark. The cogitator coil seems almost like it's overheated. It's all red and burnt, and you smell this. There's this distinct smell of burnt circuitry. If you're familiar with technical things, machines, you can do a logic test when it's done.
I don't like this place very much.
You and me need to go.
Nor I, Log. Nor I. And, logic test. Sorry, my computer's lagging really badly.
No worries. I can roll for you. You roll a 50, so you succeed. Okay. Fair enough. You have 5 degrees. So you figure out quite a bit just from this information. You go over and just look at the cogitator coil. You can interact with this thing. You can hook up to it if you have some kind of data slate, and you can translate technolingua. Try to figure out what it powers.
Be careful, sir. Could have a demon in it.
Very good, Og. And he plugs into the data slate.
Do a tech use test, -10.
Use. So he also breaks out a combat tool again, straight from his hip, and changes the interface somewhat improvisationally. And it's a flat roll. I will use a fate point on this. I'm using all of my fate points today, it seems. Nope. Failure with -1.
you attempt to hook up your cogitator to the cogitator coil. Unfortunately, in doing so, it overheats. You see your wire sort of get scorched, just started burning. You immediately pull the plug, and then you will hear this horrible static sound, this deep humming noise, and everybody who would be standing close to this thing? Sam, you would be. I'm gonna say you, Og, would probably be away from it.
No,
No?
Og would be next to Sam, guarding him from the demons in the machine. So
Okay, Og.
Og would
You
be
and
right
Sam
there.
are standing there. That's fair enough. You will both take 7 energy damage, pen 3.
the
So you
head
do an
or
agility
where?
test as soon as this happens. Both of you get an agility test.
I fail. Can I bodyguard Sam?
No, that would just...
No.
As you push him, he would touch your metal and it would go through him as well.
Failure with 2.
Alright,
Failure
you
with
take the,
2.
you take the damage.
To where?
That's the body.
Just the body? Okay, I take no damage.
Right, same.
Ignore
So
the
as this
armor.
happens,
Ignore the armor.
Oh, it ignores armor?
Yes.
Okay, I take a little bit of damage then.
okay.
Ow.
So as this happens, Sam gets blasted in the chest, falls back, trying to react fast enough, but he's not. And a few moments later, he realizes that some of the oil slick had applied onto his combat tool, which cascaded and caused this entire mess. Damned piece of... And he wipes it against his pants, cleaning it off so that it never happens again.
Og is smoking from the damage. His chest piece is horribly burnt now from all of the damage he's been taking, and I don't feel very good anymore, sir.
As Sam's lying on the floor, Morgan will come up, what he called, to put a hand on his chest in a motion to just stay there, and basically will take out a small scalpel, cut where the burn mark is, and basically have a look at it. Basically look him directly in the eye and go, "How do you feel?"
Sam's not doing great. You can see quite a bit of charred flesh. It's starting to separate from the subskin armor that he has on, and you can see that it's conducted quite a bit of heat. It's fading from a yellowish tinge. Sam's breathing heavily.
The room is filled with a smoke that smells like burnt circuitry. You smell this melted plastic smell.
She'll sit looking at him for a moment before standing up, turning around and go, "You know, you're taking point. We've suffered enough for you. Now it's time for repayment."
Gladly. Juno walks past you. First.
I don't think this is a good idea. I think we should go back.
Castillo will be doing rounds looking for any sort of medical supplies.
Og, where do we go back to? You yourself close the door. There's one
But
way,
open
and
the
that is
door.
forward. And then how are we going to fight our way out?
I'm afraid.
Either there's nothing to be afraid of.
Deep underground, according to your map, there are old caves. leading in various directions to old mining pits that could lead you out to the surface.
And she sort of points it out to Og and says, "See, that's our way out there," and just picks up one of the random caves and says, "That's our way out. So just keep it together. We need to
Okay.
do our thing with the data loom, and then we'll take a wee walk."
Okay. I'm hurt. I'm not as hurt as all of you, but I don't think I could keep taking more damage.
You were all pretty beat up. No need to just call yourself hurt. And he, like, leans back against the wall, groaning.
Og is gonna shift and a few bullets are gonna fall out of his armor.
Unfortunately,
What if
this
there are
is the
metal
job.
men in the vault?
Then we're pretty
Mm.
much screwed, mate.
Indeed, this is the job.
Oh, Galric, you get an inspiration point.
Steel your nerves. There's no other way of going about this. It's now or never. And Sam clutches at his chest. Spasms of pain course through his body as he crunches over, and from that he reaches up through his shirt and pulls out a clump of flesh, drops it on the ground.
Awesome, you get an
None of us
inspiration
are
point.
doing well. None of us are doing well. But we must.
Alright.
We must proceed. We must onward.
I'm just afraid that I won't be the only one left, and I don't know what to do if I don't have any of you smart people to tell me what to do.
You continue past the coil. The air is dry and heavy. A long pit leads down to a lower level in a collapsed section of this old, empty prison. You can, if any of you have a rope, that would be of a lot of help right now.
I have a grapple line, which I will shoot out and apply there.
You lower the line, and the wire dangles underneath you.
You want me to be the first one down, sir?
Anyone who wants to try to rappel down, do an athletics test.
I will be the guinea pig, sir.
No.
7 degrees of success.
Whoever succeeds, you land safely. So describe your actions.
Alright.
Go ahead.
Og just sort of uses the human rated grapple line as a suggestion and just kind of shimmies down the wall, grabbing rocks, like free climb down, basically. Fully just trusting that he can just rip into the wall if he starts to fall.
Morgan will turn back, wrench back the grappling line, tie it round the psyker, turn to Costello and say, "Unfortunately, I don't have a great deal of upper body strength. Perhaps you could assist?"
When you land,
Of course.
you see a bunch of cobblestone and rocks on the ground. This entire section of the cave seems to have collapsed. The place you're rappelling down now.
Is it safe to walk on?
Yes. Yes. The 2 levels above you have collapsed, but the level you're standing on seems safe.
Og,
Ken,
we're lowering down the
Og is
psyker.
going to... Og is going to attempt to assist by any means he can to get people down here.
Catch her
Alright.
and slowly gonna lower it down. And as she gets hopefully low enough to Og, we're gonna swing it.
Do a plus.
Real
You
quick,
get it plus
so-
30. Sorry, you get a plus
Yeah.
30.
So Sam unzips his bag and tosses at you something. Heads up, and with that he drops his clip and drop harness. Just clip that to your. I don't even know what you might clip that on, but find something secure.
Using that, could we fashion some sort of baby carrier so I can carry all the people who are horribly wounded?
Absolutely, yes. You will fashion some kind of device from either two long weapons and then some other sturdy objects to create a rectangular shape with some kind of sheet in the middle, or do some other improvised equipment. Do a tech use test, which is sort of the general crafting, or you can do a survival test with a plus 20, or you can do a trade test that is related to building things, if you have that. Also has plus 20. Survival plus 20, trade plus 20, or a tech use.
I'll do survival because I might be able to do that one. Og is from a feral world after all.
That would be very
You've
fair.
cobbled together shit to keep to scale unpassable cliffs before. Fuck.
Og, you make something, but it does not look like it could carry a person.
Fuck. Okay. I'm not sure, sir. Maybe,
It's okay. It's okay. We'll just go down one by one. Don't
I shall
try to.
attempt to fix Og's travesty.
please do.
You're whispering to me, Castillo, but fair enough. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Castillo, you make something. What is it?
Oh, I see that Og is attempting to create a latch harness to assist others to go down. And being a filthy hive welder myself, I know how to make these things.
What is it?
Oh, that effectively a double-looped harness that just helps with getting like bodies down.
Okay. Yeah. So you do that. You tie that to the two people. A very simple harness. Just fasten their legs and arms, and then lower them down.
I think we could just all do it one by one with you all, since you're all kind of hurt and not very strong.
You
Slow
still
and
have
steady
to
wins the race.
still have to succeed an athletics test with a plus 40.
Can Og do the athletics check instead of everybody else with all this new infrastructure that we have created?
The plus 40 is just to yeah, okay. So you want to try to lower them down using some kind of pivot point where the harness goes over, and then you lower the harness.
And going to be.
Sam's going to. Go ahead.
Sorry, as Og comes to fashion Morgan up to this, she realizes that he's going to actually lower her down, and she holds out her hand. What he called plainly showing, "I will do it myself."
Okay.
Sam does some back of napkin physics with 2 rotation points. This should be able to handle our weights, he mutters to the others, and 300 newtons plus carry the 1.
300 what? Why are you trying to use your big brain to this? This is just a physical exercise. Just let me
Yes,
lower
and
you
this is
down.
physics.
Awesome, Sam. You get an inspiration point. Move your token, see if you succeed.
Rather hesitantly, Morgan creeps over the edge and slowly starts to lower herself down. After about 5 feet, what do you call it? You can see that the sweat is now starting to bead on her forehead. After about 10 feet, it is dripping down her face. But with a rather triumphant look on her face, she hits terra firma and takes off the harness.
Salmon rappelling down this surface doesn't realize as he's doing these calculations in his head, he rappels downward and he kicks off one more time, not realizing that the oil slick had melded with some dirt and mud, and he slips once more. Harness still being able to catch him, but he swings wildly, almost pendulously out of control.
While Castillo is seeing this, he's going to effectively come down with Spade to effectively attempt to stabilize him from his flailing.
Ulrich, I'm gonna say they've spent enough time providing first aid. You're awake, but you only have one leg.
Ouch.
You have the missing leg condition. You're gonna need a cybernetic leg.
Yeah. So am I like at 1 wound or?
No, you're at -9.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to check. So all critical damage is gone.
Critical damage is not gone.
Okay, so then so what I'm understanding, I'm at 9 critical.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're at 9 critical, but your conscience. Your sorry, that word's weird. Conscious. So you can do stuff. Just don't fail the athletics check.
So I have hardy dust. It makes me recover damage as if lightly damaged. Does that do anything in this condition?
Ask any questions.
I
in the
don't
chat,
believe so.
In the text chat. Alright, guys.
Alright. Which way now?
You look around and you land in a pretty dark chamber. And if you look right and left, you will see a smooth, long room with dark stone with no apparent function. The acoustics as you begin speaking are unnatural. Your steps as you move echo. And you look down the hall. You will see several dark pits that seem to lead further. There is, at the end of the hall to the left, you see some kind of old wires that have been ripped from the wall, just dangling down from the ceiling and on the wall. Perhaps there used to be a cogitator here. It looks old and ruined, this place.
Og is going to turn on his tactical lights and just shine like a beacon in the darkness. Alright, what are we even looking for down here?
While you're talking in the background, you can do Forbidden Lore Psyker tests. If you have it.
Success with 4 additional.
Morrigan, the walls there you recognize from ecclesiastic choirs This room is built just like an ecclesiastic choir hall. It is meant to be a psychic carrier, possibly amplifying psychic effects of some choir. You also sense some residual whispers here. At some point, someone stood here and sang. The echoes coming from this place can still be faintly heard. Perhaps this is the echoes that someone referenced earlier.
So as Og's sitting going, what are we looking for down here? She'll just go, shh. And she'll close her eyes and just basically start. You can see by her face scrunched up, she's trying to hear something on the edge of hearing. But maybe just can't quite make out what it is.
You also sense warp presence nearby. And, yes. There is something with acoustics in this room. Voices.
She'll pass on the information in regards to the whispers.
Do you speak using your voice?
She does, yes.
Okay. As soon as you begin speaking, you will hear a feedback pulse, as if you're speaking into a microphone, and it just keeps going louder and louder. And it turns deafening. You get a headache at the back of your head. Do a willpower test. The rest of you will hear this horrible shrieking whisper, as if from a witch. And then it disappears. None of you are as sensitive as Morrigan.
Success with 3 additional.
Is it?
You, Ulrich, you are sensitive, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm a psycho.
Power test.
Yeah, let's just say this is.
Morrigan, you just close your eyes and focus, and the effect fades into the background. You manage to phase it out.
At which point then she'll take on to the data slate and start typing what he called it out instead.
Awesome. You see that there is there's a ledge leading further down. There's also what looks like some kind of cogitator to the left.
And with this, what he called, you'll actually notice as everyone's walking off, she's fascinated by this and is basically touching the wall and still trying to get a bead on what that is.
You will begin touching the wall, and you will feel a panel on one of the walls. It has been covered in dust for a long time. It's a small metal panel.
And she'll go take off one of her gloves and slowly dust it.
It's a locked panel. It looks like an electrical panel, basically.
Og doesn't like this horrible, weird hallway that makes it so his voice is amplified and freaks him out, the whispers. So he's gonna just continue going down.
You use the grapple line and continue.
If Sam's still around, she's gonna basically do 3 taps on the microbead to get his attention.
Sam grunts.
And she'll show him the panel, and as he looks down at the data slate, it'll just have a question mark.
Sam will type into the data slate. Silence? Question mark.
Talking makes head sore. Psychic thing.
Sam takes the data slate and shows it to everybody else. Puts a finger up to his across his mouth and up to his nose, indicating be quiet. Especially with Og, he's going to just cover his mouth, and then he nods to make sure that Og gets the point. Where are we? That you
Looks like a
need to see
psychic.
sounds like this.
Well, a choir or a psychic choir or something ecclesiarchal. However, generally in choirs they don't have these panels and walls.
Significance? Question mark.
There's something on the edge of hearing, a residue, a whisper. Could be related to what the counts. Could be related to what they were saying beforehand about whispers. What do you call blocking communications, etc., etc. Could be related, especially if they had psychers down here.
Fascinating. And Sam's gonna try to think back to what Juno had said previously in regards to
Simple
anything he's going to use dig through his memory palace and try to extract any information that may give us some kind of insight on this. So we're going to use Total Recall to see if there's anything that might indicate something about this.
Nice.
Sorry, that's basically what you shoved in front of your face. What do you call it? It's simple areas? Question mark. Whispers? Question mark. Other psyker? Question mark. Related.
Yeah. You think back to all the information you've received about the choirs and the echoes. There have been references to the echoes being wrong, they're out of tune, and so on. Do a logic test to try to piece this together at -20. -20 logic test, Sam. You use your superior memory, gathering all the information you have.
So Sam's gonna say, give me a moment, and he's going to sit down. He's gonna take a few minutes to put it all together. He's gonna whip out his own data slate, start writing down a bunch of information, draw one line to another, make cross connections, and eventually he's going to point all of these toward one thing, and that one thing is -20, you said. So that's a net 20. 3 degrees.
Ooh.
Oh, geez. Oh, that was you. That's not me. That's not 100. But it's still a flat success.
100, unfortunately, is always a crit fail. Okay, no. I've never had this happen. We've never had this happen before. But,
So on a success, it still gives me 1 degree of success. Does that do anything?
You're right.
Kind of an odd edge case.
Yeah. I'm gonna put it up to a vote. What do you guys think? Should that be a success, or should a nat 100 be bad always?
Can I gift him a fate point?
How do you guys think we should judge that one?
I think we should go as rules are written that 100 is like critical failure.
What do the rest?
Yeah, that actually
I
seems more
re-
consistent.
I kind of really want him to succeed, but yeah, it's a not 100.
No, that makes
Yeah,
sense. That
in
makes
that
sense.
case,
Even if we
may-
succeed, it's a failure. So, so yeah. Do you want to reroll it?
Mm. So at some point he draws a line, and then he realizes that he's missed out on a few more other lines. And as he draws this line and this conclusion, he realizes, oh wait, this is a complicating factor, and he grumbles under his breath, and he draws a big X, shakes his head, and looks back at Morrigan. Inconclusive, he writes.
Love it. You get an inspiration point.
And with that, what he calls, she's going to take a couple of steps back, turn around, type something into her data slate, and basically just says, do you want me to render it useless? Says, as you see her hands starting to glow.
He's going to write in response. He's going to zoom out and then write a little conclusion arrow. Therefore, unintended consequences, possible cascade, unknown consequences. Do not advise.
And she'll just shake her hand and it'll just go back to normal.
Awesome.
And in a rather drawn face, as though she really doesn't want to leave there, we'll slowly start walking down the corridor.
Morgan, you get an inspiration point. Yes. Where do you go? Down or to the side? Do you go in here or do you go down here?
Is there anything against the walls that might indicate where we're going? Some kind of
Yeah, the closer you get
or
to,
anything like that?
the closer you get to this place, you will see panels ripped out of the wall, covered in stone dust, laying on the floor. Just these rectangular metal plates that were the cogitators, or the panels of the cogitators that have been ripped out of the wall. You also, using your knowledge of tech use, surmised that the coil was directly above you that you interacted with before. And this coil seems to lead down to some wires that you can see exposed on the walls here.
Sam's going to again try to interface with these wires, see if they lead anywhere. Just going to plug very carefully one after another.
Do a tech use test, -10.
Okay.
Og, as you're standing there, you look down. You're in a fortified chamber. It looks like before the deeper vaults. You look down and you see large Aquila banners hanging, torn from the walls. This used to be some kind of ritual. You look down and you see chandeliers, old carpets.
That's
I'll go report back through the comm bead to the people up above.
5 degrees of success, by the way.
This coil powers something that is a huge machine.
Move on to the next one and the next one and see what the others do.
You get closer and closer. You will have you. There's something here. I see a cogitator.
Sam writes back on the data slate. That one appears to be some sort of power toggle, and this is an informational, and this one doesn't seem to do anything. Very strange. And he walks toward the remaining cogitator and first examines it, see if there's anything that may parallel the situation above.
As Og has already given in a report, Morgan's gonna voice up and said, I think it's okay we talk normally now.
As you say that, your voice carries normally. You find yourselves in a huge room. There are wires exposed, dangling from the ceiling, from the walls. A vault door, circular, is in the middle of the room, and it seems to be a mechanical lock on this vault door.
In testing for the other wires, was I able to determine anything else in terms of what the power source powers?
It powers a data loom that has been built into the wall. Possibly behind this vault door. It's large, maybe 10 meters tall.
While you're looking at that, Morgan's going to, turn to your Raven and go, and the Raven's going to take off and fly down the way they came and just perches above Og, looking back and basically on some sort of sentry mode.
Mm. If you want to try to open the vault, do a security test, -10.
Okay. Doing so now.
Og, you climbing back up?
I was muted. My apologies. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
So he's gonna take out the. Sorry, you go ahead first.
Og gets scared that the Raven is sort of in security mode and was about to jump further down away from the group, but then realizes, oh shit, I'm alone. Gets frightened and goes up towards the rest of the party.
We'll see them standing by a door. There's like stab lights flashing around in the room. As soon as you enter, all the stab lights turn to you, illuminate your face. Your skin is like glowing with this bright, luminous light, and then the lights go back to the vault door.
Why is it doing that?
The lights held by your party members.
Oh, right, okay.
It'll just be enough light to see the Raven slowly bouncing behind you.
Do you want me to rip the door open?
You will see Sam slowly turn this huge wheel, and the vault opens. Looking inside, you will see a blackened console spark occasionally. A faint projection flickers in midair. There seems to be a broken holographic projector inside the room. There's just little blue fragments of some kind of image flickering.
Sam looks about the room, trying to see where the fragmentation, see if he can put it back together somehow.
There is an interface right around the door on the inside. A lever and a screen. And what looks like a keyboard.
Before
He's
Sam
going to
moves
try to...
in,
Go ahead.
Morgan's going to grab hold of him, take a handful of dirt and go and blow it to see if it actually sticks to anything or lights up anything, looking for some sort of IED.
No. Nothing.
And she'll just turn to Sam and go, someone messed it up. Who's to say they didn't leave present?
Sam nods. This much is true. And admittedly, in my blood loss, that fact completely escaped me. So he takes more than a few moments to collect himself and examine all of the devices, making sure that he can put this thing back together somehow, put it all together, plug it into his data slate, and then he will go ahead and try to interface with the devices.
Suddenly, the screen will begin flickering. You see the shape in the room begin jumping around and shaping, changing constellation. So, like, it looks like various geometric shapes, and then it looks like an object. And as this happens, the light in the room shifts, flickering. It looks like you're looking at a cinema. Your eyes and face lit up by this bright white light that keeps shifting. The shapes are strange. As you look at them, you can do a common lore tech test at -20.
Gotta use the last one here. Oh wait, I took 10 minutes. That's actually a success, flat success, which means...
Someone can gift you the... You got an inspiration as well.
Right, but I don't need it. Infused knowledge plus the 10 minutes that I took to carefully look about the scene with, what's it called? Conditioned intellect.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah. You begin to dig deeper. You look at the shape, and then you punch something in, look at the shape again, punch something in. You try to put it together. Finally, a shape will appear that looks like a map of sections of the world. Huge areas, as well as other areas in the sector. They keep flickering one by one as the room turns dark and then bright white. You will suddenly hear a bunch of scrambled vox recordings. And they will keep playing from a small speaker next to the cogitator. A bunch of static at first. Then you begin going through sermons from Harris, one by one, shifting through useless information. And you can do a logic test again. minus 10. Sorry, no. Scrutiny, minus 20.
Okay. Am I able to get anything from the voices that come through, or is it in a different language?
That's what we're seeing now.
Oh, okay.
So do a scrutiny test at minus 20.
Okay. Okay. Rerolling with inspiration.
By the way, anyone can do this. You're all in the room, you're all observing this.
I physically can't make that roll.
No, you're right. 20 and
I'll try,
minus 20.
just for the funnies.
Yeah.
Because she's listening in and just shakes her head and goes, more of these damnable sermons.
There is a certain pattern and rhythm to it.
Like
It's
the one
just
that
the
was told
fucking. It's just the shouty saying shit into the mic again, sir.
Anyone else?
Pissing me off. It's making me
Anyone else wanna
angry.
roll?
You did mention something about it up in the Pilgrims Basilica. Seemed to get everyone wound up.
Juno shakes his head. I don't know what this means. It's Horace's voice, I think.
Am I able to piece together anything that we heard in the chamber where the elevator was, prior to the elevator coming down? See if those chants and these chants have anything in common.
No, it seems like random sermons.
Is this what we came down here for, sir?
We also had some information from.
So you begin.
We also had information
Mm.
from the xenoform stasis part. There was a schematic for where's it? Shoot. There was a memory slate. Was there any information that correlated with the information here?
No, these are random sermons. Doesn't seem to be any logic behind them. And as you begin punching the keyboard, looking at the shapes that are shifting, hearing the sermons shifting through all these different voices, you will hear the alarm that you heard in the prison. It goes off and a small red light will begin blinking in the room.
Sam looks for something else to interface with, so that he can disable the alarm.
As soon as you begin shifting around, you will see an automated defense system begin to activate. The screen shuts down, turns bright red, and you will hear the sound. Suddenly, an automated twin las carbine will spring from the ceiling. It drops from a latch aimed at the door.
I'll go hit it as soon as it comes out.
It's 15 meters up in there, pointing down 45 degrees. Or whatever, yeah.
Does it look like it's gonna
Morgan will try
shoot
to hit it
us?
with a molten beam.
You have one half action each to react.
August gonna. Oh fuck! I don't have that out, do I? don't think I can do anything here.
Okay, so she hits
Can
it.
I push Sam out of the way?
Push him out the door. Yeah, I'll give you that as your action. You throw Sam physically out of the door.
Sorry, bear with me a second.
Sam tries to interface further with the device, but as he does, he's grabbed up by Og, and the cable snaps as he goes through the air.
Morgan spins on a dime, and what he called her fist explodes in a beam of basically plasma, which strikes the what he called twin carbines dead in the center, doing 20 damage, pen 15.
Or
Nice.
like thrust his hand forward and just this dragon head of fire detonates from his hand.
Pen 15? How much pen?
Oh, sorry, no, hold on. Pen 10.
Pen 10?
Wow, into the target. Just
Yep.
explodes. Or is that
Oh, it's a melta.
pen
Yeah.
10?
Oh, damn. Well then. What kind of power is this, Morgan?
This is a bolt. The psychic bolt.
You will fry the carbine completely. And you just see it sputter for a moment, and then it falls lifeless down. This would have been very, very lethal. The alarm keeps going while you see this
Okay.
turret burning above you. Smoke will
I
begin to
Sorry,
believe
sir.
Sam at a distance, he has skidded on his chest, which currently has no flesh, and but it does rend further as the subskin armor digs into him, and he gets up, still sloshy and racked with pain. Pushes himself up. Luckily, he's protected the tablet or the data slate, and he gets up, comes back into the room, peeks his head in, and walks up to Tog. Thank you.
The machine seems to have shut off. The security systems have rendered any interface inoperable. You try to regain contact with the data loom. It is not responsive at all. It has been shut down completely, and there is no way to get it back.
Sam goes back outside to the power source and tries to perform some kind of power override, see if he can perform some kind of reset that'll kick it back into action.
Easy. You shut it off, and then it powers back up. This time when it powers up, it is just a deep hum. Something is running, but you go back to the panel. There is no screen, no interface. The cogitator is not powering up, nor is the holographic projector.
Time
You
to leave,
think,
gentlemen.
as you inspect it, this could have been a one-off. Once fried, it is gone.
I think we should go, sir.
He slams his fists against the device. No! And he types away at the data slate, trying to recover anything in its memory buffers.
It is not responsive. It does not turn back on. Just a black screen. This
Morgan,
very
trying to
thick
put on
black
her-
smoke will begin slowly seeping out of the open vault door.
Morgan, trying to put on her kindest demeanor, will walk over and put her hand on Sam and say, "It's time to go." We're in
I
no
refuse to
condition
believe that we came down here for nothing.
There's more, sir. There's a bunch of guard posts and different stuff down the other hole.
and you know we're not in a condition to fight. Take your frustration, use it.
The grapnel line goes all the way down to the floor. As you look down, you see old carpets, chandeliers, as I said. It looks like some kind of ritual hall. As you study it further, it looks like a vault antechamber. Fortified. Large Aquila banners hanging from the walls.
Should we go down deeper, sir?
Yes.
All right. I'll go
Sam still
jump
looks
down.
very
You rappel down. You rappel down, and you will see a trio of brass servitor stations, dormant, plugged into a sealed vault door. You look around, and you immediately look into a hall of light. You will see alien technology, what looks like some kind of Necron technology. This is unmistakable. A vault has been built around this. You see a couple of coils sticking up from the air, powering, up from the ground rather, powering something. Again, lots of Aquila banners and a huge vault door. The brass servitors, you can do a Forbidden Lore Adeptus Mechanicus. Or Archaeotech, if you have that.
The further we go, sir, the less and less I like this. Have you ever fought metalmen, sir?
Pardon?
Sam puts his fingers and joins them in a symmetrical pose, puts them up to his nose, and nose still singed from the damage from earlier. He sniffs the air, a little bit disgusted. I need a few moments to focus, and he analyzes the exterior, looking through all the symbology, looking up and down, seeing if it may betray anything else. And obviously of Necron design, but there's on the edifice, and then he mumbles onward and onward, taking his sweet time, and eventually he does come to a conclusion. And
This is very bad, sir. The metalmen don't die. They get back up when you kill them.
Easy, Orc, it's fine.
9 degrees.
Damn!
These are custodians. There is a what looks like a power source next to them. There is also a huge what looks like a vault door beyond some stairs leading down to the reactor. The reactor room is massive. It's like several hundred meters. You just point your flashlights in there, and it just goes on and on and on.
So what are these machines then, Sam?
These servitors seems to be custodians. They can be powered. There is a cogitator on the wall next to them. It looks like they've been shut off.
Sam ignores you and interfaces with the wall and tries to power them.
So-
One of them on.
Sir, no, wait.
Look of absolute concentration on his face.
Got it. As you begin powering them up, one of the servitors wakes up. It looks like a regular servitor. It just slowly rises and will walk over to you. It seems unusual. It doesn't have any noticeable biological parts. It just walks closer to you, and you will see a little slot on the left side of its chest cavity. Passcode. Please enter the passcode.
Sam realizes that he has the key that that may fit into this. Does it line up?
Yes, it does. The key that you retrieved earlier, as soon as you input it, you will see the custodian walk down the stairs, up to the wall, and it will power the glyph array in front of you.
What if it's gonna wake up the metal men, sir?
Well, it looks like someone's been holding out on us. Now, what do these glyphs say? And she says the last bit to yourself as she starts walking forward, looking up.
You look at the vault gate, and next to it, it is written in High Gothic. Here lies the tomb of Metal Kings, guarded by the Emperor's word.
This is all heresy.
No, it's not technically heresy.
What do you mean it's not technically heresy? That's the fucking metal men. They're bad.
Yes, no one's doubting that they're bad, but
They're Xenos, aren't they?
yes, but that's not technically heresy. Heresy is when we say something against the Emperor, and we're on this side and they're on that side, so...
But the Cardinal's worshipping them, isn't he? That's bad. That's what the machine said, remember? The Cardinal, that's what Juno said. It's the Cardinal's talking to the metal men, or some sort of god of the metal men. And he's fucking worshipping it and putting it into his sermons. He's betrayed the Emperor, he has.
Does Juno, Sam looks over at Juno, see if he has any looks of recognition or how he reacts here.
He is slowly shaking his head. I don't know what any of this is. I have never seen this before.
Arg kind of mumbles to himself, we gotta leave, we gotta leave.
However, Og, if they're not awake,
Well,
And
I don't mean to be rude, but Sir's been poking and prodding all the machines and they keep electrocuting me.
yes, but
He's gonna wake him up.
he's not. He's not. However, if we were able to get some of their weapons and test them, think of the boon that could be for the Imperium,
That's,
using their own
I don't-
weapons against them.
I don't think the red metal men would like that very much.
They don't like anyone really.
Yes, but
the-
who cares
The,
what they want?
the commissar said all Nogrin needs is a big hammer and the will to fight the Emperor's enemies. I don't need no fancy Xeno weapon.
Well, some of us do, Og. And with that, you can see that she's really, really paying attention to this. These glyphs
Be-
and
There's a small metal ramp leading to the vault gate.
Can we humans even use their weapons?
I don't know, we've never had a chance to find out.
It's a bad idea.
I'm with Og on
Just-
this one.
This is what the commissar would say is bad thoughts.
It's not bad thoughts, we're looking to save or help the Imperium. How's that bad?
A
You're not
pre-chamber.
supposed to think.
Before you reach the bridge, there's a pre-chamber converted into a hardened control chamber, intended to issue some kind of override. It seems like some safety zone. Any of you can do a Forbidden Lord Inquisition roll. -10.
We need to talk to the tech priests. They need to know about this place. This is not for us to figure out.
Juno will slowly walk towards the bridge and look up. You see his mouth open. This seems to be an Ordo Redacta failsafe built by the Inquisition to kill anyone in this chamber who's not supposed to be here. There's a kill switch on the wall.
Perhaps we should disable that kill switch in case someone gets ideas on pushing it.
Success with 6 on Inquisition, by the way.
Fantastic. Yes, it is built by the Inquisition. And there is a failsafe on the wall. It seems like there is a workaround to isolate this. You can do a tech use test, -20.
Sam looks about the room again. We must move very, very carefully. Takes his sweet time again. He writes on his data slate, comparing the glyphs against the devices here, see if there's anything that he can glean. And eventually, once he gets enough information and compares it against his previous notes, he swipes left, swipes right, compares pictures, looks into his picked recorder for the recordings he had previously made, and eventually he comes to a solution. I think I've got it. And he breaks out his combat tool once again, wipes it down, and tries to tinker away at the failsafe, trying to make some kind of workaround here.
I'm gonna have to go, guys.
Yeah, just write it in the text chat if you have to go.
I will give you my inspiration, if you'd like, Sam.
Yeah, I would also like
Sasha,
that to not die.
Yeah, I would also like to not die. Don't
Makes
fucking
sense.
press that button. It's a bad button.
Okay.
Commissar
this
said,
one's
"Don't ever touch the red buttons."
I'd love to
Okay.
be able to assist.
5 degrees of success.
You patch a workaround to isolate the local system instead of activating the purge. There is an auto-sanction cascade. All electronic systems in the vault detonate in sequence. If this is done incorrectly, you would lose everything. You hook up all your devices to the interface and very carefully input all the correct data. The auto seal is disabled. You look over the bridge. The power door, the vault door, turns green, and there is a green light. The door will open. As you look around, you will see alien technology merged with Mechanicus power coils, powering something beneath it.
Seog, we weren't the first ones to be here. I'm sure it's fine.
And my mama used to tell me that you don't poke a hornet's nest. I feel like this is a hornet's nest, and we're poking it.
Og, you get an inspiration point.
Sam's face is completely beaded with sweat as he finishes this, and he takes out a handkerchief, wipes it down, and puts it back into his pocket. That was a very, very close call. I realized at the last moment the exact meaning of fear, and I guess for the sake of all of us, I had overcome it. And he shakily raises a right hand and points the direction that we should go.
There is a bridge leading to the open door of the vault. As you approach, you see an inquisitorial seal on the door.
Which ordo would it be?
Ordo Redactus.
And it looks unperturbed?
Yes.
So let's crack it open and see what's inside.
I don't think that's a good idea, but okay.
Nice.
With a rather deep sigh, Morgan's going to turn around to Og and go, Og, we're the Ordo Xenos. This is what we do. We go where people are scared to go. We ensure that the Imperium is kept safe by doing what is necessary. I mean, you've seen the Metal Men. You've seen that they don't die. What if they were shot with their own weapons? Would they die then?
I don't know. That's not for me to understand. I just hit things.
As you're standing here talking, perhaps this is a good place to end tonight's session.
Okay.
Unless you're feeling brave.
I mean, we can keep going, guys, if you want to. I don't think it's a good idea for only the three of us.
I mean, to be fair, I think that if all of us were here, I don't think that it would make it any less lethal. This is pretty,
No, 100%. Yeah.
pretty terrifying territory that we've entered. But I'm good to end here as well.
Yeah, maybe we could have someone who has the plot or is a bit more in charge than you are, Sam.
Yeah, I agree.
Be here when we explore the Redactus Vault.
This session, I have rolled like absolute garbage.
Rolled
You've
so
rolled like shit,
bad.
dude.
This is-
Like, holy
This
fuck.
is the exact opposite of the first two sessions that I played in getting back.
Yeah. I
Very,
was
very
I
stringy
was
luck.
face palming through the entire thing. I didn't want to say anything. but
Yeah.
Fuck. God.
What I'll say, Sam, is if it is just the same group, it's cool. I'll take charge next time.
Yeah. I think you should, because I think that I burned through like 5 inspirations and 3 fates this session alone, and I just got back my
used
fate.
a lot.
You've used them all, dude. Do you even have one left?
I have exactly 1 left. It's because I failed a bunch of athletics and agility tests.
Yeah, always keep one.
This is where you want fate points, though.
I'm well aware. So many lore checks. It sucks being
So-
a huge nerd because
Yeah.
all
If
the
you-
lore checks.
And you're the only one with lores. Oh my goodness.
Exactly, yeah. Fucking the ogre's not gonna help you with that shit.
Nope. But it's good to have an ogre, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I really love this
Says he-
session.
Probably
I'm-
really scary.
I'm
Oh,
you're
prepared
gonna
to
see
fist fight a Necron, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to win. I don't know how good the hammer is gonna be at killing Necrons.
You saved the
but,
Inquisitorial
wanna try.
agent, you saved Juno, and you found the Order of Redactus vault. 450
And now you
XP.
have,
There you go.
Morrigan being Ash out of Alien saying, "No, we've got to go on. We must go on."
Believe me, at every single step, all I wanted to do was get back on our ship and take a nap.
yeah.
We need a nap, dude. We better get a medal for this or something. Like, this is some crazy shit. Og definitely needs a medal for this, I think.
Inquisitional Medal of Honor.
Yeah.
You'll get a slightly less shitty slab of what do you call it, Grok's meat.
Dope. Hell yeah. Fuck, man. I would be more confident going into this if I was at or near my max wounds, which I definitely am not. 19 out of 32 does not make me feel safe for fighting Necrons.
How do you think we feel?
That's true, yeah, you guys are just gonna get annihilated in one fucking hit.
Yeah.
Ugh. I don't know. I don't even know how you would fight a fucking Necron. Like, realistically here, if it's anything other than like a standard warrior, we're fucked. Even a standard warrior is probably gonna kill us.
Yeah.
Listen to Mr. Positive.
hmm
Oh. Listen, I play Necrons on the tabletop. I know how fucking bullshit they are, okay? Necrons and Orcs, my 2 armies.
I have confidence.
Man.
Okay, you have confidence until they roll out some Blackstone and you no longer have any psychic powers.
You freed
got a
two
lot of-
sources of a lot of information, and you brought them down to the most dangerous place. Well,
I know, that's what I kept trying to be like, maybe we should leave.
It's just funny how this It's so different from
It's a
anything
bad
I
idea.
could have imagined.
Just for the
It's
official
even more-
record, if we all do survive, the Ogren was a pillar of sense and duty.
Honestly, yeah. I know that. I know that on one hand, I definitely wanted to get out and actually pick their brains for information, but on the other hand, I was also thinking, hey, if we try to double back up, we're also going to get intercepted by other forces. So I kind of flipped a coin.
It's a, you say it's a good point that we were like, we're already down here. We might not be able to come back. Might as well go take a look. Like, aside from the fact that now we have 2 people in critical and an Ogren at less than half HP, and you Sam are almost dead, and Aaron is a psyker, or Morgan's a psyker that can get one tapped. We're not in a great position, but it could be worse.
Could I be honest with you?
Yeah.
My character was going down here anyway, whether he came or not.
Amen. Hell yeah. At least now we know that once we get out of here, we can exit through the cave system, possibly, instead of going up through the basilica. And that should be safer than having to run our way through a bunch of Ardentes, or whatever the fuck they're called. The Zealots.
They might just be Necrons.
Yeah, then it's just gonna be Necrons.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well,
It's gonna be good.
you guys are like, you beat around the bush for 4 or 5 sessions, just walking around in the ecclesiarchy place, and then suddenly you're just like, fuck it, and you just go to every
we
point
ball.
of interest. Just break into the
Fuck
prison.
it, we ball. Let's fucking
We
go.
ball, dude. Down into the chambers, break up the prisons, kill everyone. I mean, I love it. It's great. Unpredictable. That's-
How
So-
if we don't know what we're gonna do, the enemy definitely doesn't know what we're gonna do.
Exactly. Perfect logic. That's
Yeah.
Go
always-
into the prison, slaughter all of the guards, take 2 prisoners, kill all the other
Yeah,
ones, leave.
After spending the longest amount of time trying to play diplomacy and befriending people and growing a reputation, I'm going like, this is leading somewhere interesting.
Yeah, this is basically American domestic foreign policy as well as military policy. Like,
Yeah,
it's completely chaotic and unpredictable.
yeah,
Good
and then it
fucking
goes
luck
to
trying
shit.
to figure us out, motherfucker.
yeah.
See, I thought you were talking about, like, come over, we try nicey, then what he called, after about 2 minutes of it going wrong, it's table flipping.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's table flip, shoot everybody, ask questions later. Yeah. I definitely want to get that Pope hat, though.
It's a character goal.
That's a character goal. To get that Pope hat.
And then a selfie with the Pope hat.
Yeah. I'm now the man with the fancy hat. You gotta listen to me now.
This forfeit recovery system is so brutal. This homebrew rule kicks my butt so hard because I have so many things that I need to spend fate on in order to succeed, and it's just like brutal.
Yes.
Nothing
Oh,
escapes
really?
my sight is also spends fate, so it's just like this very hard bottleneck.
Yeah. You did bring the party here, though. Your use
Yeah.
of fate
Did
is why we're here.
you fucking did it, dude. You did it.
You would not have reached this without Sam's fate.
Yep, we wouldn't have reached it without Sam's fate and us giving him all of our inspiration so we don't all fucking
Yeah,
die.
there was a lot of funneling. Yeah.
And he will be
I am-
remembered.
Yeah. I am trying to find more ways to spotlight all of you, though, because I don't want to obviously take over an entire scene and be the only one who, whatever, but I'm having a hard time kind of being like, "Oh yeah, Og and Morgan do something, and also have Castillo do something, and this, that, and the other, just so you have, a little bit of screen time."
I felt like Morgan. I felt like everybody got to do a lot.
Yeah, we all did a lot. My character is a spotlight for other people to point if violence needs to be applied. Okay, so I'm fully fine with just being the guy complaining about, oh, I don't like where we're going as a scared Ogren, and then committing heinous acts of violence when I'm pointed in a direction. Okay, I'm perfectly fine with that.
And
okay. I just wanted to make sure y'all were.
Yeah, that's why I built the character. I knew I wasn't gonna do any of the smart shit.
And Morgan,
get him angry. Sorry, go ahead.
And I thought your scene with the echo was really awesome. Really cool.
Yeah, I like the echo.
Yeah.
And you were doing your thing. And you're
I just want to make sure that I'm not completely taking over the exploratory aspect of the game. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, man, 100%. I mean, as soon as we get into another scenario where we need to run away because you fail a roll, I'll just be able to shine again. Everybody being alive is a testament to how well built I built Og.
Mm-hmm.
This is true. It is a lot easier to... Yeah, before these little combat sessions would be lethal for the group. Before we had Augie. Now it's kind of... I don't
think you guys would even have been able to get the fucking Psyker lady out if I didn't take fucking 12 damage.
She could have died, yeah.
Yeah. Then we wouldn't have had that giant piece of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
That will no doubt be very useful when we get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And she's able to recover.
She said about 2 words. And then passed out.
She said a lot.
Yeah.
She said a lot in your psychic thing, but yeah, I'm gonna say...
I get the feeling that person is a lot more important than we think she is. She's gonna know a lot more than we do, because she's literally from the inquisitorial branch that specializes in, black booking and redacting things. So as soon as we get her out of here and she recovers a bit, she'll be able to inform us a lot on what the fuck's going on here.
Well, maybe you guys can piece together a little bit more about what's happening. It was built by the Order of Redactus. She's from the Order of Redactus.
That's a very good point.
And then we had the counselors trying to cover things up, and then suddenly this inquisitorial agent is taken captive.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how she feels about theft.
We're all part of the Inquisition, right?
Yeah, but
we did just save her.
The Ordos and different Inquisitors.
It's fine. She fucked up. We pulled her out of the shit. Okay.
It's true.
If anything, that should lend us credence to know what the fuck's going on to better stop whatever the fuck is going on from happening.
And I suppose also what he called, that technically their technology is our remit. The alien technology, technically it's our remit. Her remit
it is your assignment to deal with Ordosinos, even if the Redactus has other ideas.
Yeah, hers is to make all this go away afterwards.
Yep.
All the tech.
It's
the simple act that there are Necrons here gives us jurisdiction. That's the whole point, right?
Good point. Yep.
I do have to go. Good session, everybody. I'm excited for next week.
Same.
Good note to self: if we do survive, I need to get a bunch of medical kits and maybe a pocket medic for myself and the group.
That would be good.
Yeah. I don't know if there's any drugs that you can just apply to yourself without having to do a test and it just heals you, but that could be useful. Are there med stims and shit like that?
You can recover fatigue.
A stim pack.
Stim pack.
Yeah, like a stim pack.
If you're fatigued or critical damage, you can ignore it. With
Oh no, I was
style.
talking about the Fallout stim pack.
Oh
Yeah, yeah.
oh, yeah.
We'll get all a couple of super stims.
Yeah, give me a couple super stims. Give me an auto injector in the back of my armor. Boom. There we go. Invincible Juggernaut.
Yes. I don't think that heals him, fortunately.
Yeah. Alright, well, we need to get a medic then.
Yes. Don't you
Good
have
God.
don't you have anyone to heal?
No. I don't think anyone has a good Medicae here. Do we?
Oof.
I have
Yeah, I just have one.
Oh, you need that. You definitely need that. Let me check.
I mean, I would try, but in Medicae is intelligence, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. You have Komotis, Nicholas Komotis, but he's not here. He's your Medicae. He has 90.
Damn, that's pretty good.
That's a bunch. I think no.
All right,
Yeah,
but
good.
yep, I do have to go, guys. Good session. Thank you for running.
See you.
Goodbye.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah, Sam. Sasha, you got kind of quiet. What are your thoughts?
This was extremely stressful navigating
Ah.
these spaces.
I love that you were engaged and yeah. This was one of the more fun sessions I've played for a while as a GM. Super
Yeah.
fun.
I actually think Sam did really, really well.
Yeah.
So do.
Of course, insanely well. But I also felt the burden on him, and I definitely felt that through the session. That he took on Tavis role a little bit. So hopefully Tavi will come back.
Well, to be fair, I think he did. I think Sam did fine. I think what he called he made good choices. So you did. You know, you burnt a fucking shit ton of fate points though,
Mm-hmm.
and I would have probably let a couple of them slip, to be honest.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Trying to balance physical life versus knowledge checks is always difficult, and I don't know. I probably could have done something a little bit better with respect to the flamer, but I tried to jump out of the way, and then it was just a hallway, so we literally couldn't do that. And I think that I failed the agility check too, so it kind of was not a good situation. Yeah. So just more and more pressure.
And we got a new situation. Bodyguard in an Overwatch. I don't know if I got that ruling right.
I think you did, to be honest.
The person who's being attacked can't react. But can other party members react? I'm not sure.
Well, if the person who's being attacked isn't unable to react, then how can someone who's not actually he came around the corner, guy shot, so technically Og wouldn't have actually been round the corner
Yeah.
to see the guy shoot him.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's moving super fast, and the shot just goes off in the blink of a second. You don't have time then to jump in front of the shot because
Yeah, it's like that movie where the guy's sitting there and he's running, turns the corner and
right.
in fact,
Yeah.
actually, I'll tell you what. Fucking Matrix. Where
Yeah.
basically, he runs through the door and bang.
Yeah. The shot was already ready. It was already aimed at his chest and just went off as soon as he came around the corner. No, you're right. Nice. Okay. I got that right then.
I would say so, yeah.
If that ever comes up again,
Because
which I doubt.
Yeah, at the very least, it makes logical sense. It doesn't. it doesn't tremendously make sense to be able to bodyguard something like that because you would have to have at the very least vision around the corner.
Good. I never want to be unfair.
Yeah.
You sure it was just the left leg anyway?
It's a left leg. Yeah. No, the left leg in this game is not a good place to be.
No.
You wanna...
Everyone's left leg when a new character is made. What do you call it? Just sit there, looks about, and everyone's got a metal left leg.
You go to the doctor's office, everyone's sitting with a cast on their left leg. What the fuck? What kind of place is this? Anyway, I had a blast. Thank you guys. Thank you for the amazing roleplay. Sam, you knocked it out of the park. Amazing. You too,
Good
Aaron.
job. Yeah, good job, y'all. It was.
I didn't really say very much.
No, you did. That was... I like... For some reason, you're not using a voice or anything, but you're role-playing of Franz and Richard. I thought your voice was just perfect for playing a commissar, but it works for Morgan too. It's just like hesitant and careful. Yeah. Somehow it works.
Yeah. Didn't like someone in my head though.
Yeah, I was. I definitely want to play up Sam's perfectionism and arrogance a little bit.
I
going
felt
from his
that this.
background.
I felt that this game stronger than before, or lately actually,
Yeah,
more than before.
yeah. I also wanted to, in the future, and I was talking to the other two about this, wanting to emphasize more strongly his auditorial background
Auditorial?
as an auditing.
Oh,
So crossing the T's, dotting the I's, making sure the paperwork is filed just right. So whenever anything that has to do anything with administration or management or paperwork, I want to periodically insert myself into those scenes and just be a pain in the ass.
a little bit
Yeah.
pedantic.
Yeah, a lot pedantic. And I think that the raw lore that I have kind of fits in with the auditing thing as well. I've been able to see lots and lots of strictly forbidden knowledge, so it kind of lines up, and it's only built since then.
Yeah, and
You know,
he's getting more and more strict the more he experiences. Kind of. Because he was hanging back and was kind of relaxed before.
yeah.
Now he's getting involved.
Yeah, the mantle of command. Rise to the challenge and all of that.
Yeah.
Also, I updated my little bio thing. I didn't like a lot of the verbiage there, so I rewrote parts of it.
Nice.
I'm
gonna read it.
I still don't like the first paragraph, though. It's not my favorite, but it's okay for now. Okay-ish.
It's film noir. Written in film noir, you know what they say about keeping your nose out of your supply. I love this idea that you're from a world that is like film noir. Is what I envision for Sam.
Yeah, I changed a lot of verbiage from this. So it's kind of a weird intersection because not only is he... I didn't want to write him as a snob despite him being from a high-born planet and all of that. I wanted him to be a lot more grounded. But I also wanted to emphasize his nerdiness in the third paragraph, or no, fourth paragraph. So a little bit of that, just a little bit of peppering of personality, of background, all of that as each one of these go on.
It was an ever-increasing, shifting and complex labyrinth of paperwork that I had to navigate. Like a lexical and sparsible hypercube passing through a lower dimensional world. It just didn't add up.
I like the next sentence. It just didn't add up.
Ah, that's so good.
Yeah,
it just didn't add
having
up.
that
That's so
sentence followed.
perfect.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
so
it's
good.
very
That's so-
noirish.
Yes. So perfect. I didn't like that. No. It just didn't add up. That's that's fantastic. But at home, I had my family. Yeah, that's great. That's great. You got the pacing just right. The only family that I'd ever loved. The love was pure and things were simple. There was finally balance, finally stability, finally happiness. True happiness in my life. Then it happened. Ah, it's good, man. I could hardly recognize them. Eternal torments carved into their once beautiful, smiling faces. Those last moments, those looks of fear and pain. Whoever they were, they thought that I was snooping too closely. Them. That was once a warm heart that died, and in its place was cold vengeance. And the moments of tenderness turned into murder. I want to play out the backstory of Sam, just to be clear.
Yeah.
We're going to do that. We're just waiting for the right moment.
Gotcha. I don't like that morbid calculi line, but I wanted to leave it there just as a placeholder phrase. And also, when it comes to the Obsidian thing, right?
Mm.
I haven't had the time lately just because life has gotten away from me. The job search has been very, very poor, and I've just been going to interview after interview, job search after job search, and trying to, quite frankly, distract myself some days from becoming demoralized.
Sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah,
That's
the tech industry is rough right now.
Very.
Yeah.
I would. If there is some kind of AI thing you can do, something you can leverage AI, start your own thing, do some kind of thing through AI. If you do have,
Yeah, I was thinking about taking a course on machine learning and neural networks and such, but a lot of that is obviously more abstract. Looking for something a little bit more grounded, a little bit more practical and immediate.
well, I was more thinking. There are so many services you can do now, so many things you can automate. Like, for instance, look, there are so many old systems that don't know they're going to be outdated, but they're going to be very soon. One of them is I work with housing cooperatives and do legal work, and it's like I could just put that into an AI and put all the data into an AI and put all the laws into an AI and then just do, okay, manage this thing. Here's the accounting. Here's the thing. How do we balance this? What needs to be cut? What kind of deal do we need to do here? Remind me whenever we need maintenance here. And then I make a Python script, whatever. Send me a reminder. This needs to be done. That needs to be done. And then I can just automate that, and I can take on a ton of work that otherwise would be like 3 different jobs. There are lots of opportunities like that everywhere.
No, I hear you. And it's not as though I haven't used the stuff, but in using AI for that kind of end, the major problem is that it covers 80 to 90% of cases, and 80 to 90% is not enough. When you have an error rate of 10 to 20%, massive massive problems can occur. The thing about it is that it solves lots of general problems, and it solves many cases. But if you get even a little bit more specific, or if you have a few ambiguous cases and you don't define them, if you don't parameterize just right, it can miss a huge thing. And it's good for first order approximations, I think. Like, I use it pretty regularly to basically write a bunch of code that does most of what I need, and then I just copy paste, replace variables, replace exact things here and there. But I still have to, look over its shoulder.
You still need an expert at the final step. The final step, you need the expert every time, no matter what field it is. So when I do legal stuff, I do all the AI for all the preliminary things, and then I need to go in at the end and be a legal expert and actually know all this. I need to be at the knowledge level of all the conclusions the AI have reached, and then confirm everything. So you need someone who's as knowledgeable, but it just cuts away the busy work, the little things. Anyway.
Yes, correct. So it's kind of like having how do you say this? It's exactly that. It cuts away the busy work.
Yeah.
But you still have to know exactly what to input as your. You need to know exactly what to input, and you need to craft it just right, because otherwise it just gives you garbage in, garbage out kind of results, or very generic kind of results, which aren't as productive and good.
Totally agree. Yeah, hope you enjoyed this session, and looking forward to see what you guys do further. Hopefully, hope we can have Joe here soon too. I miss Joe. Zeta Beta.
Yeah.
Joe and Tavi. Chris, of course. Chris said he was sick.
Yeah, what's going on with Chris's computer or Roll20 or whatever?
Was there an issue with Roll20?
Yeah, he had said as much toward the beginning of the session. So I don't know what
this session.
I think so.
Chris?
I believe it was Chris.
He wasn't
Chris, or
that was Mackenzie Peters.
Oh, Mackenzie Peters, excuse me.
Apologies.
Oh, Mackenzie Peters. No, I've asked him to sit out the campaign for now because to be honest, I wasn't feeling his role playing, and he's a great guy, so we talk occasionally, but yeah. We will see.
Yeah. I am enjoying Castillo's attempt, and he's definitely growing with each successive session in terms of how to interpret things. But I don't know. Has he played in this system before?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
He might have played a different system, different fantasy flight RPG, like Road Traders or something, but not Dark Heresy.
Gotcha.
Why?
He says
the arbitrator with a very rule number 3, level 3 heresy.
Yeah,
Why do you?
And it's also pretty structured. No, it just seems like he both knows a decent bit and also surprising knowledge gaps here and there.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I feel the same. I feel the same way. No, and a lot of people are used to playing a totally different type of game, and it is a very different and difficult thing that we do, because the goal is to have those deep role-playing scenes, But then I mix in the domain play where we do the overall planning, where do we want to go, subtle, non-subtle, you know, look at the macro thing, we have that, and then we have the dungeon delving with the skill tests that looks kind of like D&D. But then most of our focus, where we spend most of our time, is in the deep role-playing scenes. A lot of people I don't think are used to the focus being immersion throughout all of that. So the focus is always on immersion, and I think that's a new. A lot of players are not used to that. We're always trying to be immersed, even when we're doing planning stuff or traveling or other things. We're always focusing on how to create immersive, cool little visual moments. And that takes a while for people, because I guess it can be interpreted as not as like, okay, I just want to do the funny thing and make a joke, or I just want to have fun, just joke around or something. Our pacing is very different from other games. I think those.
I know for a fact that if you didn't handle certain things in a particular way, that is to say, especially in combat where you either go or you don't inside of X seconds, I like that rule a lot, because so many tables drag on and on about this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And these pre-declared moves definitely do speed things up quite a bit.
Oh, I love it so much. It's
near mandatory, I would say, especially for Dark Heresy. It's very irritating. But I also like the amount of trust that you have in us to, quite frankly, not cheat by saying, oh, you do this pre-declared move and you do it at a certain person.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's cool, yeah. Because
yeah,
you would look like an ass if you go through the chat and like, ah, you did that thing, but it doesn't add up to what you rolled. So
yeah,
it works out. And I don't think people want to do it. If
no, I mean it's the whole idea. It's the whole idea. Like, I mean, for example, with the ammo. Like, I mean, the keeping track of how much ammo you have and things like that, it basically means that if you're not getting to a requisition point, then you just can't go da 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 da, and shoot everything. You have to actually start counting your shots, which actually adds a wee bit more pressure to you, and I quite like that.
Yeah, I really like that, and it is a responsibility of each player to drag, and you notice it after a while. I mean, I keep an inner sort of calculation of where people are in their ammo. If you get the sheet and it adds up, then that's great. I've had some players who didn't and tried to do that stuff, and they're no longer in the campaign.
Well, the way I look at it is, like, I mean, it's fun, so it is. And also, let's face it, I have to be honest with you, I've run out of ammo and had to reload once. So I have, because I take it as though my character, once the combat's over, straight out, loading up the magazine, clicking it back in, going over to gear and taking it out of that.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you can just count it. You can just count your total ammo down when you're after a combat. Unless you've had to reload.
Yeah, like the last pistol currently has 27 of 30 with one last pack left.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because I went bang, 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 bang and missed massively. I actually missed so bad that there was one person in front of me that I actually thought Morton was going to say I hit by accident.
But yeah, no. It's... Yeah, I really like that rule with skipping, unless you do it in time. Let's be honest, I thought I had last session too, with the long corridor. Okay, so combat is difficult because on the one hand, it gives players power, complete power over a situation. That's good. You have the complete power over whether you get past this challenge that you've given yourselves. We want to get into the prison. You decide whether you succeed that with your skills, and that gives the players power. That's good. But also, combat in TTRPGs sucks. Combat in TTRPGs is terrible. It's just not fun. It's not a fun thing. Look, it's more fun to fucking play a video game with each other. It just is. And so there's the balance of it has to be meaningful and it has to mean something and really give the player something to succeed. And it has to be rare and not superfluous, not something that just happens because we need it to happen and it needs to continue. So we don't need to zoom into each combat event like in this session. We glossed over a lot of potential combat because I just assumed it would be smaller, easier things, and there was no interesting place to really do it. So in those scenes, and I would love your input on that, but I'm okay with just making it a skill test like we did. And then having occasionally you could get hit and take some damage while you're running, while you're trying to accomplish an objective or doing something. And then we had a mini combat where you were pushing in the rock and getting through the secret passage. And you just had like a little mini combat there. So everything doesn't need to be simulated one-to-one. That's my point.
Right, I think so too.
I
Especially
think that's
those
important.
smaller. Yeah, I agree. And again, this is far and away the most interesting combat that I've ever had. I know that I seem disinterested during the fights, but there's only so many ways that you can say I aim down my sniper rifle.
True. No, it's true. I agree. That's cool. So you thought that was a good combat?
Yeah, and also like just having God.
Sorry, go ahead. No, carry on, dude.
Yeah, just having variable targets also is kind of nice, or having environmental targets is more interesting to me. Whenever I play other TTRPGs and I play things with something like a class or a role or something like that, I always try to play, or I prefer to play like something with a little bit more control, whether it's some kind of spellcaster that can buff or debuff or whatever. Same with this. I've tried multiple times to set off environmental hazards, or for example, I shot out the spotlight, and that's a lot more interesting than big number when hitting some guy in the head or whatever. Manipulating the battlefield is more my preference when it comes to combats. I like to be an enabler. Same with last time. I know this is quite a while ago, but we had like a cave situation where some enemies were on a Rapalone line and they were zipping up and getting away from us, and we needed to chase them down in time, right? So I did a called shot to the line, and they dropped from something like 100 meters, 200 meters up, and went splat.
I remember that. That was so good. I love that.
Yeah.
When that happens, that's huge. And I've been thinking about ways to design combat encounters in ways where you have more environmentally exciting things happening. And I talked to a guy, another GM who's really, really good, who I really like, who said he creates these skill tests, quote unquote, really determined things for his players, where he gives each player a thing that they can do during the combat, and there's explosive barrels and 3 weak dudes standing on a platform because he knows that the guy with the flamer can use that, and then he designs a thing for another person to use, and he places some cogitator circuitry because he knows the hacker can use that to shut down the door. And I'm a little bit torn on it because it feels artificial to me. But at the same time, I see the point. I try to implement little things in the scene that players could use, you know. But I think it solves itself if you implement enough exciting things in the combat. Players will find creative ways to use it, like the servo skulls in the hallway. You could have found interesting ways to use those. It could have been okay. Let's try to hack this one. Turn it on them. See if there is something we can set it to do. They wouldn't be intuitively hostile to the servo skulls. So maybe we can use one of these servos and refit it with something. I mean, things like the lights in the ceiling. Just by having those lights, you got the idea to shoot it out, and I gave them a penalty to hit you because it was darker in that area. Things like that sort of happen on their own, just by having a varied environment. So now I don't think you really need to have a thought behind everything. Just have really varied and interesting environments, and then players will make up the interactions.
Well, just going back to what you said about the encounters, I would probably agree that not every encounter has to be 1-for-1. I mean, if there's like 4 Adentes chasing us down, and we've got 5 full, fully healthed up, what do you call characters, are they really going to take one of us out? Maybe injure one,
right.
But
yeah,
I mean, essentially, we're overpowered enough to actually deal with that. Now, if you throw half the friggin' base at us,
Yeah, I totally agree. So if there's not a chance that the combat event can kill one of you, then what's the point of simulating it? Why not that we should spend that mental energy another place? I'm just talking as a nerdy GM now. I'm obsessed with this stuff. But yeah, that's my thought. Things that aren't really interesting should be you should spend very little time on that. Time is the key. What amount of time do you invest in things? That's the way I think when we play. We want to spend time on things that are interesting. That's why we don't allow like out of character talk in the mic. Like, I have a question. So the rule says on. It's like no. This is occupying the entire group's time, and so that's no bueno. We can't do that. The time that is spent on the mic should be engaging, making exciting visual scenes, engaging the mind, getting into the character, getting into the scene. That should be what all of the time is spent doing. And that's why we do the questions in the chat.
I mean, I can see why there was that sort of mini encounter, considering it was basically 2-on-2.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
And also the fact that everyone is fucking injured.
Right. They had a chance. It was it was the 69 roll that led to that, where I had a psyker lead the way because he could read where you were. He was rushing in.
And I also like the fact that no one picked up on the fact that I picked a couple of notches in Medicaid and was medicating myself.
Your microphone is very low.
I'm saying what he called notice that no one actually sort of noticed that I'd picked up Medicaid and was beating myself right at the very beginning.
You were healing yourself?
Yeah.
In which scene? Because I'm pretty sure that you did mention something like that, but I didn't hear the other half. But I think there was some when we were in the caves.
No. It was what he called when she was sitting, walking down walking down the sails.
Oh, did you do it then? That's hilarious.
Yeah, I got a success.
Oof, I've been streaming until now. Streaming for 4.5 hours.